welcome back to Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Day 7, so Indian prodigy Praggnanandhaa scored an important win against French #1 Alireza Firouzja, handing the former tournament leader his second classical defeat in a row. Despite losing to reigning world champion Gukesh in Armageddon, Wesley so maintains his lead heading into today's action and remains the man to catch with just 3 rounds to go. Over in Norway Chess Women, Kazakh Grandmaster Bibisara Assaubayeva strengthened her position at the top of the leaderboard with a huge victory over Chinese rising star Jiner. Can India's Divya Deshmukh stop Bibisara today in what could prove to be a decisive clash for the first place? With just a few rounds remaining, the margins are getting smaller, the pressure is getting bigger, and every result carries enormous weight. This is Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, live from the heart of Oslo in Norway. The race for the title is on. Welcome everyone to day 8 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. I am your host, International Master Anna Rudolf, and let me introduce you to our wonderful panel for today. Representing our audience is chess content creator Simon Bélanger.
Happy to be here. Thank you, Anna.
Our expert for the day is Norwegian Grandmaster Aryan Tari.
Thank you, Anna.
And our special guest for today is renowned football agent Rafaela Pimenta.
Thank you so much.
Rafaela, it's such a pleasure to have you. I am fangirling here because I read about Rafaela's career and I'm like, goodness me, you're in a man's world, just like how I've grown up in chess, and I can relate so much. So we'll talk a lot about the parallels between football and chess in general. But I want to start with how you have a connection with chess, and did you play chess yourself?
Well, I'm so happy to be here, and I am absolutely impressed of what I'm seeing. And yes, I did play chess, of course, in a very small level, because I played as a kid with my brother. My first memories of playing with my brother, actually, that is the same age that I am, is playing chess. And when we were kids, they gave us this chessboard. Don't know why. It was an adult chessboard because it was really made of stones. You see the picture there?
Wow.
Well, it was very fancy. I don't know why it ended up with us. And we spent our childhood on it. And to be honest, this picture is from my brother's house. I asked him to send it yesterday. He even put a Norwegian chocolate behind to
Very thoughtful.
to say, yeah, that's how we should play chess, eating this chocolate. And we used to play all the time. We were at the chess team of my small club at the city. And it kept with me in my mind, not only the game, but as a way of addressing things that I need to do. So in my office, I have a chessboard, and when things gets very stressed, I will always ask somebody, can you play chess with me? And that people don't want to play chess with me, not because I'm good, but because they have better or more important things to do in their heads. But for me, it's a way to distress, but also a way to focus, because when I think of football as a chessboard.
That's incredible.
Yes.
And we definitely will want to talk more about those parallels and the way you negotiate in football as if it was a chess game. When it comes to our event, Simon, I know you're already ready to talk about yesterday, because Norway Chess Women featured some really dramatic moments.
Oh yes, we have a crazy game with Bibisara Assaubayeva and Jiner. Jiner sacrificed a piece in a tactical attempt to equalize the position, but Bibisara defended accurately, was a piece up, and eventually converted the advantage into a win.
Aryan, the results for yesterday also so quite an interesting situation with only one classical win in the round overall.
Yeah, so Bibisara won her match against Jiner and takes this important 3 points. World champion Wenjun lost her match against Anna Muzychuk. Humpy also lost her match against Divya Deshmukh.
With the 3-point win, now Bibisara is strengthening her position at the very top of the leaderboard. It's quite a gap between her and Divya, but today they are facing each other. So Divya, with a win in Classical, could leapfrog Bibisara in the race for the top place. And oh boy, Norway Chess, there was so much action yesterday. Aryan, when it comes to which game would you highlight about yesterday's round, what comes to mind?
The game between Praggnanandhaa and Alireza Firouzja really stood out to me. Because it was so tense. Alireza was low on time, and Praggnanandhaa found this very critical moment where he sacrificed the exchange. It happened after this move, so Alireza moves the rook, and right here, this move was brilliant by Pragg, and I think this was what Alireza missed, and after that, Praggnanandhaa got a huge advantage and won Black's queen in the end, as Alireza resigned. Very, very important win for Pragg as he strikes back after losing the day before.
He strikes back indeed, Simon.
And that brings us with games from yesterday, Gukesh and Wesley. Gukesh won the Armageddon against Wesley. And we have Vincent and Magnus. Magnus won the Armageddon. And as you highlighted, Pragg won the game against Alireza, putting some pressure on the top players and maybe getting his way up.
Still in the lead, as you mentioned, Simon, is the 3-time American champion Wesley. So Alireza Firouzja, who led the tournament for the first 5 days, is now in second place after those 2 losses. And there's a 3-way tie for the 3rd place. Magnus climbing up 1 rank each by every single day that he's playing, and I'm sure that he's very motivated to bounce further ahead in the leaderboard. We do actually have a moment to catch up with both tournament leaders as they made it to today's round here at the Public Library of Oslo, Wesley So and Bibisara Assaubayeva.
Wesley, that was a really nice move what you have just did right now. How's your mood for before the round?
Well, it's great. I mean, I guess it's like a riot to get to the playing hall with so many people, especially during weekends. But I guess it's a good thing that people are watching the game. Very grateful that people come to watch the tournament. And I guess I've always played in Stavanger before, so Oslo is very different. I mean, it's a big city. But yeah, I'm grateful to be here. I'm really look forward to the game against Vincent, who is incredibly strong and up and coming.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Bibisara, very interesting matchup with Divya today. What is your thought before the game?
I just focus on my game and that's all.
And how does it feel to be the leader of such a strong tournament?
Yeah, it feels good. I'm the leader for the whole tournament. It's pleasant, but it doesn't matter until last round.
Best of the luck today.
Thank you.
The tournament leaders looking good, in shape, motivated, because with 3 more rounds to go, anything can still happen. And that is thanks to this very unique format that we have here in Norway, isn't it, Aryan?
Yeah, it's a truly unique format, as this is one of the only tournaments where the games go into Armageddon if the classical game ends in a draw. As you guys can see on the screen, the Armageddon win gives 1.5 points and only 1 point for Armageddon loss. But I think focusing on a classical win is more important, as you get 3 points, which is huge. And the time control is 2 hours, and then you get 10 seconds per move after move 41.
And there's a lot of on the line because it's a $200,000 split with the men, and also Norway Chess Women. They have the same price, so Norway Chess promote price equality, and it's really a great step in the right direction from Norway Chess, and we hope to see it more in the future.
Very important initiative indeed, and we hope that more events will follow for the fairness and equality in the sport. And when it comes to today's pairings, what's on the menu, Rafael? I want to bring you in on this one because some of the top clashes for today's round will be, of course, for those top prizes. And there's a name that I think you recognize very much so from the world of chess. When we look at the pairings for today, which player stands out to you? Who do you know?
I would say that today, and I'm super happy to say this, everybody knows Magnus.
Everybody knows
Impossible
him.
not to know him. Yes, yes. Everybody knows him. I like the idea that what maybe was not such a mainstream sport for me, that is in football, that is so popular, was not so mainstream, and now so many people know him. I have to say that the more people that are enthusiastic about it, the better for all of us. The better for kids, because kids can only benefit from this. Something very interesting happened maybe a few weeks ago. I'm organizing a campaign for a sponsor that is multidisciplinary. And normally they come for football, basketball, and so on. And we were discussing which sports should be involved. And I said chess. Yeah, and I was sort of expecting them to back off. Because traditionally they've not been involved with this sport, and they were super happy about it. That's actually when I first got in contact with Magnus' agent a few weeks ago, because I was like, okay, we have this opportunity and so on. And I liked it because I think when sponsors that normally are, let's say, in the more traditional sports, also consider chess, this means that this is growing. And there's public for it and that people are watching. I always say when money comes, it's because people came already, and money is coming, which is good because it will make all of you stronger.
That's incredible to hear from you, and it just happened a few weeks ago. What you're
we are
telling us
actually
about.
discussing this. This is an ongoing conversation, and it was funny because actually I cannot anticipate what's going to be. But not only they loved it very much, but they said he will stand out. It will stand out, and that's super nice. That's super nice.
Magnus Carlsen does stand out, and we hope that more and more players will have that kind of following, because Norway Chess Women also deserve so much attention, as you mentioned, Simon, with the equal prices. They are fighting with equal conditions here. And today's pairing, so we got to take a look at who is Bibisara facing, because I think the other female players want to catch her, and her opponent today especially is hungry for that victory against Bibisara, isn't it?
Yes, obviously today is a big day because it's one of the last few games, and the players are really going to give it all to make a way like in the top. We have Jiner having Wenjun in this round, and they're fairly equal. 7 for Jiner and 9 for Wenjun. We have Anna Muzychuk with 9.5 points against Humpy. So quite a fight here. And we have Divya and Bibisara. Both are really hungry to get to the top, and they're young, they're fearless, they have amazing attacking style. So I can't wait to see it.
That will certainly be our top clash in Norway Chess Women. And as for Norway Chess, Wesley, so the tournament leader, is facing Germany's #1 player, Vincent Keymer. Their head-to-head is actually pretty balanced. 2 draws and only 1 win each. I'm really curious to see how the opening will evolve in this game today. Aryan, will we see a solid approach, or will any of the players try to get a more ambitious, more dynamic opening, more risky choice perhaps? Because we know that if you win in classical chess here in Norway, that gives you 3 points. It's quite an incentive to play for a win, isn't it, Aryan?
Yeah, I think Wesley, as a tournament leader, is not going to take too many risks, because if he loses, then Magnus can win and catch up. But he's just going to try to play a good game and put some pressure on Vincent. If he gets some chances, he's going to take those. But we know him as a very solid player, 3-time American champion, and the game is about to start. It looks like one of the kids is going to make the first move for Wesley.
This is just always so heartwarming to see, Rafael. I need to introduce you to these young players here. They come from the tournament that's called piece of chess, and it happened in front of the Nobel Peace, the Nobel Peace Center here in Oslo, the tournament for the children. And now they are having their big moment on stage, making the ceremonial first move for some of the best chess players in the world that they probably look up to. They take selfies with them, get their autographs, and now they will be the ones doing the kickoff on their board.
That's super nice. That's super nice also because children are the future. And if they get used to these kinds of games that are, it makes you use your mind, use your discipline, be patient. These are soft skills for life that they will use even if they don't play chess when they're adults, and I hope they do. They'll still use it for many things at their job, at their family life, in their relationships. It's amazing.
We couldn't agree more with you, with all the life skills that chess builds, and what a moment for these youngsters. Noor Orer on the left side for Wesley comes actually from Stavanger, and Javier Alonso Quintana from Spain next to Vincent Keymer. What a big moment for both Noor Orer and for Javier. Wesley is smiling, looking at the audience. The players are getting ready, and I think we will soon have lift off when Noor Orer makes the first move for Wesley. He's just all smiles, the tournament leader here on the left side.
I wonder what's in their minds, Well, you guys should know.
Magnus's kid.
Oh, we're just passing by us is Magnus Carlsen's wife with their son. Today is definitely the day for all the next generation stars.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, we are just admiring here the, Magnus's family passing by.
Yeah, you don't see it in the TV, guys, just so you know.
There is a kid here, we promise you.
Wesley is adjusting his pieces, is about to start the game against Vincent Keymer.
Total focus, completely into it, already in the bubble of concentration.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you mean this little girl, she won't... Oh, there she goes.
Noor makes the first move, jumps out with the knight. Great move by Noor for Wesley So. And Javier will also make a knight move for Vincent.
So nice.
Please keep it. Please. We had something similar.
Yeah, we had that yesterday between Vincent Keymer and Magnus Carlsen, actually. So we'll see if Wesley... Yeah, he does take that move back, so he's going to make another first move. Wesley usually moves his king pawn 2 squares up or the queen pawn. Doesn't usually go with a knight there.
They seem to be in great spirits, just exchanging smiles and the laughter, and now the game begins. This is for the first place, for all the marbles, and yet here it looks like they are just 2 friends chatting away, playing a casual chess game.
Yeah, we have the first moves in the game. Wesley pushes his queen's pawn 2 squares up, and Vincent develops his knight. This is very standard Wesley. This is Wesley's typical opening. He does play other ones too, but I've played against Wesley so many times, and he usually goes for this this approach. This is called Nimzo Indian, and an opening with a lot of history. It's played in a lot of World Championship matches, and very positional, I would say. Here, White has many options. Let's see what Wesley goes for. So, Rafaela, in the beginning of the game, the players usually play very quickly because they're in preparation. So,
and then you slow down.
Yeah, so the 10, 15 first moves usually played very quickly because this is something they've studied beforehand.
So you're like preparing your board, let's say.
Yeah,
what it's gonna look like.
so you have a database where all the games that your opponent played in the past, they are there. So you're trying to see what your opponent plays and find a strategy against that. So both of them had this position on the board many times in their career, and Wesley now is going to try to surprise Vincent, maybe play something that he doesn't expect.
What would you do?
I mean, I've played this knight move in this position. I've played this one. Those are the two typical moves. Wesley usually moves this pawn 1 square up. That's what I'm expecting him to play. Just kind of opening up for the bishop. Very natural.
Why do you think he's taking a pause here? Did he not expect the the move that Vincent has played, this variation?
No, I think he expected it, but it's sometimes normal, even if you know the best move, that you're just taking some time to get used to the board and just kind of diving in the position.
Maybe diving into the game as well, no?
Yeah, just psychologically, you know.
Yeah.
It's okay. He makes his move there.
He chooses the queen move instead of the pawn push. Interesting. And it's so right what you said, Rafaela, that they need to take some time also to get into the zone. You
Yeah,
arrive in the
right.
playing when you come
Yeah,
from the hotel.
That's the whistle blow, and you need a few minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moves his queen to this square, and Vincent castles, getting his king to safety. Always a good idea in the opening. Should try to castle as early as possible, and so your king becomes safe. Here, white has different moves. Usually they push a pawn one square up to challenge the black bishop. This is also a move, by the way, taking the center. But on the top level, this has been a move that has been studied a lot. Wesley has played it in many games, but usually it doesn't lead to anything special for white. So
You can take the pawn for free, no?
with a knight.
Yeah.
So if you take in the center, white takes with the queen, and
okay,
if you
okay.
take the knight, white is going to capture back. So you actually lose a piece here. So he
Okay.
if you play, if Wesley pushes his pawn, Vincent is going to challenge the center, pushing his pawn 2 squares. This is a normal way of playing. I'm a bit surprised how much time Wesley is taking, but he's still kind of just deciding which line he wants to go for.
Normally, you think he's deciding, or it's also a strategy?
It can be a bit of both. For instance, Magnus, he's known for using a lot of time in the opening. He knows the best move, but it's a bit his strategy. He likes to kind of just get comfortable in the position, and even though he knows what his, let's say, the theory is, he wants to just still figure out if maybe he can do something else or try to surprise his opponent.
Because in my universe also, we would use this as a strategy to wear you down.
To where you?
To wear you down, to get you tired.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Can you tell us more about that? How
Yeah,
it would come to
yeah,
the negotiation table?
Yeah, normally, for example, what I would do in a negotiation, I would make everything to get you mentally exhausted. And to exhaust you mentally, I need to buy time.
Oh.
So sometimes you know what to do, you just don't do it when you expect it, so that you start getting tired or anxious or nervous, do something stupid. Of course, and I would expect that in this level of chess, this would be harder than in a negotiation, but it could also be a strategy. Yeah.
That is so smart. I'm so interested in this, and what are ways in which you can achieve that, the right timing, and to wear the other side down.
Well, I think it depends. First of all, you need to understand how much in a hurry they are, and if you know they are in a hurry, you push and push and push to the final minute, because then they will probably do more of what you want because they are under time pressure. If they're not under time pressure, sometimes you have to make them believe there is time pressure. So create external elements that will lead them to think, okay, something else may happen, let me move quick. But also sometimes you just take it so slow in a way that it seems that you are slow yourself, but which will not allow them to get cross at you, because maybe that's how you are, right? In terms of reacting and replying, and I think it helps a lot when you impose your pace to a negotiation instead of following somebody else's pace. It helps the game. Again, I really see what I do as a game, so I think it helps the game. Yeah.
And you're very good at this game. I'm so interested in how you have this ability to read the situation, know what to expect from the opponent as if it was chess, and what's the best strategy. Can you give us some advice on how people can get better at those skills in general?
I think you need to be open to reading people, and without any preconceived idea of this person. So, for example, if I'm gonna meet somebody for the first time that I will have to deal with, I will not read anything about this person. I didn't read anything about any of you, because if I read something about you, I will come with an idea of you that maybe is wrong, because today there's so much fake news or copy and paste and so on, that maybe I would come and thinking you're something that you're not. And if I need to meet which for me when I sit on a table is the opponent at that moment, I want to read and learn the opponent with my own eyes, and then I will inform myself about him. So first I will meet him, I will talk to him, and then I will go back and study. But I want to have my own impression. And I think if I get there with homework done, it's very hard to have an impression. So I think you go with it's a clean sheet, and then you try to understand who that person is. And then I think you need to understand, where is this person placed in that situation? Is he an owner? Is he representing somebody? Is he? What is his decision-making power? What are his real intentions? You start to mapping this person, and then you try to understand him. And when you try to understand him, in my view, then you position yourself as something this person can relate to. Because if you have somebody in front of you that is very aggressive or that reacts bad to aggression, that's not how you should be. So you can break this person down. I think you should never be what this person expects you to be. That's my opinion. And then of course, I think the biggest part of it, that is the one that really needs training, is to know when to stop. I think you need to know when to stop pushing for something to the limit that the person doesn't feel abused, disrespected, or that you're nonsensical. That's a very thin line. And sometimes you cross it, you can break it. But if you don't cross it, you can get so far with what you want that you get better results. But knowing how to stop, in my view, is really key.
I'm just so impressed, and I see you, Simon, like taking mental notes as well on how to have these life skills.
Yeah, where's the notepad and the pencil? Like, yeah, I love it.
Oh, thank you.
We can all learn so much from you, Rafael, and I think the players might be adapting or should be adapting those strategies more about how you need to read your opponent in this moment, and not what's before and after. It's the present moment that matters. And coming with the clean sheet, I think that's really something I will try to do more in my life, because I am the kind of person that just likes to do their homework, but now I realize it's not that good.
But I can understand, because what you do is different from what I do. And probably because what you do means you meet people and you need to talk to them and get things out of them. You need to know them. Because otherwise, how can you sit and interview somebody, right? If you know nothing about them. I'm not interviewing anybody. I am trying to understand that person in a way that he doesn't want to be understood. Because if I'm negotiating with him, it's different. What he shows the media is probably what he wants the media to see. And I want to see him, because otherwise I would not understand him. It is different. I think you do very well of studying people before you go to an interview.
Thank you. That makes me feel a bit better, but I also am not like, not every situation requires that. And it makes sense to see the person for who they are and have your own impression instead of being influenced by what the internet says.
I think it depends on the situation, yes.
Aryan, I think you were looking at some of the moves here while we were talking, and we do have this central pawn push now by Vincent. What would you say about Wesley's time management? Because Vincent is still playing very quickly.
Yeah, actually, Wesley took quite some time after the fourth move, which was a bit surprising. I know Vincent has played this opening before, but maybe he was expecting something else today. After a long pause, Wesley pushed his pawn 2 squares. Looks like a very, very natural move. In the beginning of the game, it's very, very important to fight for the center, and placing the pawns in the center is very logical. Vincent challenges the white center. Wesley pushes his pawn, and Vincent jumps with his knight to the center of the board, using this pin in his favor. So obviously, white cannot capture this knight because the king is in check. Wesley so develops his bishop, and this is the current position we have. Actually,
We have another move.
Vincent also pushed his pawn to this square. This kind of looks like very chaotic in the center. All the pawns are challenging each other.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you take first? It seems like there's so many opportunity.
Yeah, there is so many opportunities. This is a position I've analyzed the first time 15 years ago. It's a very common line in Grandmaster play. So I've seen this before. It's usually known on the Grandmaster level to be a memory test. So Black needs to know how to react here very accurately, and if they do, Black gets an okay position. It usually leads to draw in high level games, and this makes me think that Wesley wants to play a solid game today. He's leading the tournament, and he's thinking that he doesn't want to take too much risk. Right now, the main move for white is to develop the knight, put it in the center of the board, and defend this pawn that is under pressure. Black can capture it, white captures back, and usually black also develops a knight, puts pressure on this pawn. White develops the bishop. They're kind of...
So this is the only way to go. There's not much.
No, there are some alternatives, but it's the most common. Now Wesley develops his knight to this square, but it's just very important that he supports this central pawn. So if black captures, he can take with a knight. But I think his I think Vincent is gonna play his move relatively quickly here, as it's still something he has analyzed. Rafaela, you said that you used to play some chess in the past. Like, which opening moves did you used to play? Like, what was your first move?
I am not able to talk to you about this because I'll be completely embarrassed. I was like a kid playing chess, so I would always move the pawn.
In front of the kid, do you remember if it was in front of the king and in front of the queen, or?
I would always protect my queen.
Mm-hmm.
But
It's
you know,
important.
like a kid, you don't have a strategy. So I'm sure there's so many ways to play that are more smart than I would do it. But what I would translate from football language today is I would play defense, not attack. And I wouldn't be able to play attack because I don't know enough, and then you get scared. It's exactly like football. When you're scared, you play defense. So I would be defending much more than attacking. And when I look at what you're saying and I look how many ideas you have, I go like, I was actually thinking is I was always defending, you know, and that's why I would never get anywhere.
I mean, that is a strategy as well, defending,
Yeah.
and then once you get your chances, you take them.
But do you think you decide if you play attack or defense? How does it work in your mind when you go for a game?
Yeah, I would say different players kind of have different styles. Like, you have, I would say, some players who are very aggressive, and some players are more solid, more defensive. You have some players that are universal. They don't have one preference, but they're good in all positions.
You don't necessarily identify a player with the style of play.
I would, for instance, say Wesley So, who is playing the white pieces here. He's more defensive.
Yeah.
But these guys are so good that even if he's defensive, like if the position demands him to attack, he will attack very, very well.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but he's not going all in from the start. Let's say. I mean, you have some.
Do you consider yourself what kind of player?
I would say I'm more defensive too, actually.
Yeah.
I would say I'm more defensive too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I did something right in my life.
I don't go crazy from the start usually.
Me too, defensive, yes. Yeah.
And why is that?
I'm not sure now, but now as you were explaining, I was like, yeah, I did that too. And then I would wait for my chance to counterattack. If they
Exactly.
over push,
Yeah.
I just defend myself and then I take my chances when I can.
Yeah.
So there was a famous world champion that said that your chess style reflects on your personality.
Yeah, I was going to say this because in football it's the same. The personality of the trainer defines very much if a team is defensive or attacking as a profile, right? And normally it reflects their personality as well. So when you see in the interviews, when you talk to them, the more aggressive types will have a tendency to play attacking football. Yeah.
It's very interesting. There's so many similarities
It
between
is.
football
That's why
and
it's so
chess.
interesting. Yes, yes.
Yeah, this is interesting. I was maybe I can ask this question. What about people who only play blitz and people? It's 3 minutes, by the way, 3 minutes or 5 minutes, and the people who only play rapids. So rapid is 10 or a little bit more of 10 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, 15 minutes or 10 minutes.
Yeah. What do you say? What would you say is the personality of a blitz player and a rapid player?
I would say a blitz player is usually more sort of like spontaneous, maybe, and just kind of more energetic, because you have to play very, very fast,
I see,
and
see what
you
you
have to
mean.
be,
Yeah.
think very quickly. So I would say so.
ADHD kid, kind of.
Yeah, that's a good that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
But you know, in football, for example, if you take Italian trainers and Italian football, especially Italian football, it's considered to be defensive football. So you would expect in Italy that a game will be 1-0, 2-1. You don't see these huge results of lots of numbers, because as soon as they are safe in the result, they go defense. And normally we identify this with Italian football. Do you think that by nationality you can identify the kind of player?
By nationality,
That's a really good question.
that's an interesting question.
I think the first thing that came to my mind in our event, in both fields, we have a lot of rising stars, the young generation from India. And I think in both fields, they are really dynamic, aggressive, attacking players. They go for it, no matter who is their opponent. They might be playing Magnus, and they are like, I'm going to take you down, Magnus. You know, their approach is very... I'm going to take my chances. I'm not afraid of you. They calculate very well. They are very sharp. They are very tactical. So I wonder if that's... To me, like Indian players would be that style, but I wonder if it's because all the players here in our field from India have that style.
And
what do you think, Aryan?
I would say about Norway, it's known to be a very calm and peaceful country. Very, very different than India. I think India is more like lively. I mean, you have so many more people, and just completely opposite of Norway. So Norwegian players, I would say, generally very positional, calm, solid. So yeah, I mean, when you're saying it, it makes sense. It really reflects on the country. And when I think about Brazilian grandmasters, they're very aggressive usually. So.
Very creative and original. Yes, they always come with original
and like in football,
ideas.
because in football, Brazilians are considered very creative, very original. We call it fantasy. You know that they have lots of fantasy, which is probably a bit how we are. Yeah,
interesting. The parallels, how it's similar, the style. Wow, and Wesley in the meantime has abandoned his chair. I'm so hoping that he went to the confessional booth. Rafaela, we need to tell you about this special feature of Norway Chess. There's actually many, but one of the ways in which Norway Chess is helping chess become more of a spectator sport is that we have a confessional booth. I wonder if we're able to actually show the video we have prepared about the confessional booth, because it's this really special room. And the players can go to that room during the game. So imagine that the game is being played here, like Wesley, Vincent, Magnus, and all the rest of the field, and they just walk away from the board to sit in this booth that is everything is noise cancelled. No one can hear you, and you can just talk about anything you want. You can talk about the moves, the game. You can talk about what you had for breakfast. The other day, Magnus went to the confessional booth and said, I would love to have the Arsenal PSG game up on the screen. He was like, I want to watch the football match. Could I please request that my chessboard is replaced with the Arsenal Champions League finals? Because he was like, he's such a fan of football, you know, he wanted to watch that. But yes, we have this feature, and it's really something that I think makes chess more exciting in a way, that you get to hear the thoughts of the players as they are playing.
It's really amazing, actually. I've been there before I came up here, and they told me the other day somebody went there and said, oh, I'm so hungry. So, you know, you just can unload your thoughts, and I think it gives us the possibility to experience it so much deeper. And I'm wondering if somebody gave him the match to watch, did he watch the match?
I think he wasn't. He had to finish his chess game
It's too
first,
much,
and then.
yes.
But he would have loved to. He actually, when he played a lot of online tournaments during the pandemic, especially, he would have one screen for his chess games as he's competing, and he would have the other screen for football. So he had his
Was
setup
actually
from
following
home.
both, yes.
Yeah, and we do have the video actually for our viewers about the confessional booth so that you can see what this special place is like.
This is Confession Booth, a place where chess players can come during the game and speak openly about their positions, their thoughts, their emotions, basically anything on their mind.
I feel like my position is quite okay.
My game, I think it's very interesting.
This game is just an utter embarrassment. I feel like every move we're making is just some kind of positional mistake.
Looks like my game will end in a draw relatively soon.
Game has been really tense so far. At least I'm up on the clock.
But here's a twist. The confession happens when the games are still in progress. Players walk in straight from the board, sit down, and share what they're feeling in real time. Excitement, pressure, confidence, frustration, or even confusion. And yes, fans can watch this live, but don't worry, no players can hear anything of it during the game. The confession booth gives viewers a rare chance to see what is happening inside the minds of elite players during some of the most intense moments of the tournament. Chess is not only about the moves on the board, it is also about emotions, psychology, and human drama.
We hope that there will be many confessions today, and we do have 6 games to cover. Norway Chess at the very top, and the bottom is all the games from Norway Chess Women. Everything is still up for grabs in both tournaments. The leaderboard can be shaken up with just one game. If you win in Classical, it's 3 points. It's a huge boost to anyone's tournament. We will take a look at every single game during the round. And next up, I think we should address that board in the top left corner. Actually, wait a second. Sorry. I'm being told, no, I'm not going anywhere to analyze. We are going to the confessional because Magnus is in the confessional
That
booth
is so
right
cool.
now.
Let's
Couldn't be
watch
better
it,
timing.
yes.
Yeah. And here we go again. Get surprised, think for 20 minutes, try and make a move that's kind of dumb enough that he might not completely know it. Modern chess.
Wow, Magnus Carlsen again, the first in the confessional, and he's sharing his insights about his move. He called it not dumb enough. I'm impressed again that Magnus is going for something that's not the main theory. So he's trying to surprise his opponent as a strategy. He's trying to pick a move that wouldn't be the best, but it's also not too bad. So he put his knight on the edge of the board on the left side there, which is not usually what we say to our students. It's all about the middle of the board, the center in chess, and also in football. I think it's very important to control the center. He's not going toward the center, he's going away from it. Aryan, can you break those moves down and the opening in this game?
Yeah, so we got a French opening in this one, which shows that Prague is very ambitious in this game, actually. It's not known to be as a very solid opening on the top level. Usually E5 or C5 has been much more played in this event. And actually, I think it's the first time I'm seeing the French in the Norway chess this year. There's not been any other French games in the open section. So Magnus probably a bit surprised.
A lot of openings in chess are named after places, either after players, or a lot of them are named after countries or places. And this is the French defense. It's my favorite opening personally. And it's a defensive approach. It's literally called the French defense.
Yeah, and Magnus here White has different choices. They can, for instance, develop the knight to this square or develop the knight to this square to protect the pawn that is attacked. But instead, Magnus pushed his pawn one square forward. This is called the advanced variation in the French defense, usually leading to very fighting positions. But at this point, Praggnanandhaa played a very, very unusual move, putting his knight on the edge of the board. As Anna pointed out, not something that is very typical. And like when you're learning chess, you're told that you're supposed to put your pieces in a way that's pointing towards the center. Putting the knight on the side is rather odd and not recommended. But this knight wants to go to this square where it is eyeing the center. But actually White had the option to capture this knight at this point, and Black would get this ugly pawn structure, double pawns, which is not supposed to be a very healthy pawn structure. But at the same time, Black gets a lot of active play. They can put their rook on this open file, and they get the bishop pair. So Black gets compensation. It's not so bad as it looks. Instead, Magnus spent 20 minutes, as he said in the confessional, and tried to play a move that would maybe surprise Praggnanandhaa. He actually kind of mirrored him by also putting the knight on the edge of the board. But unfortunately for Magnus, Praggnanandhaa played his move very, very quickly. He captures this pawn, Magnus captures back, and now he's just looking for blood, pushing his pawn one square up and challenging the White center. And he's just kind of just going for Magnus's throat, I would say. It's very risky to move the pawn in front of the king one square up, but he's just going for a very dynamical fighting position. But it's great for us to see because we have had a lot of fighting games in Magnus's game so far, and this one is going to be very exciting as well.
Have you seen him do this kind of moves before, the unusual one?
Praggnanandhaa?
The corner, yeah, not Magnus, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually pretty common for Magnus. So he always wants to get his opponent out of preparation. So he sometimes sits there spending a lot of time trying to find a path that is not very typical, but just surprising his opponent. And he likes to take the opening preparation away.
Sort of, if it would be football, he would have kicked him, basically, almost to a red card. So you get a balance, you don't know what to do, and now start the game. Yeah.
Yeah, just
it's just more elegant, right?
More elegant,
Yes.
going for the surprise. But Praggnanandhaa, I mean, if you look at the time situation, Magnus has 1 hour 32 minutes. Praggnanandhaa has 1 hour 57.
Okay.
They start with 2 hours, so Praggnanandhaa has played these moves very quickly. And I mean, so far, Praggnanandhaa has the upper hand in a way psychologically because
I see.
he's still familiar.
Reacted very quickly.
Reacting very quickly. He's still familiar with the position, while Magnus, it's not a very pleasant position to be in because you don't want to get a very messy position if you know that your opponent is prepared for it. What comes to your mind, Simon, when you're seeing this?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question about preparation and all these kind of stuff. For example, if Magnus wasn't playing like this and playing like a really usual opening and every good moves, there's such a top level that if you play a perfect game, your opponent is so good that he's going to play a perfect game himself, and that's going to end in a draw most of the time, right?
Yes, that's exactly the problem. That like if Magnus doesn't try to surprise his opponent, he's going to be very familiar with the position. He's going to have perfect experience. So you need to kind of go for a bit of an unusual approach to get a big fight. Because these players are so good, they're so precise. So if you play the most normal, they've...
becomes a tie over tie over tie.
Yeah, very often it can become like that. So, but if you get a very fresh position, Magnus, his intuition, his feeling for the position is better than his opponent. So he has to kind of get him in unknown territory. But so that's what he was trying for when he played his knight move. But it didn't work out because his opponent reacted very quickly.
And they are both on the same ranking right now. Both have 9 points. So it's going to be really decisive.
Both sharing the third place currently. So a win for any of them would be huge for the tournament standings, as they would go up to second place probably and be hunting the first place.
It's so unpleasant how quickly Praggnanandhaa reacted, because Magnus plays a suboptimal move, taking a bit of a risk there, and he's getting such a quick reaction that tells him, oh, I still know what I'm doing. I've seen this. Even if you're playing a weird move, I know what I'm doing. I've studied this. So Pragg, with that kind of confidence, plus the ambition showing here how he wants to go for it. He wants to take down Magnus for a second time, because earlier in the tournament, Praggnanandhaa won against Magnus. Every player faces each other twice in our tournament. So they play one game with the white pieces, one with the black. And on day 3, Praggnanandhaa beat Magnus. And now he's again saying, I'm very well prepared. I don't care about your weird moves. I'm here to fight, and I'm here to beat you again. This is so unpleasant psychologically. The pressure, the ambition.
Do you think he reacted that quick because he wanted to unbalance Magnus, or because he knows what, of course he knows what he's doing, but in the sense that, was it a move that he chose because he thought it was smart, or did he do this move exactly because he would be so quick and he would surprise and unbalance Magnus to some level, which he did. I think that's why he got up and went to the confession, right?
Yeah.
So could it be that he sacrifices a move only to unbalance Magnus?
Good question. My guess would be is that it's a mix where he knows these ideas, but he also wanted to show to Magnus that he knows and get the psychological edge to make it very obvious that Magnus didn't face him, he didn't surprise him. That's my reading. How do you say it, Simon? Because you are in Magnus's head. You are the best Magnus impersonator in the world, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He is. He's Magnus. Magnus. There. Can you please tell us what your thoughts are here?
You're his clone now. Yeah.
Yeah. Pragg went to a knight on the edge of the board, which I try to mimic the same thing and maybe create some imbalance in the position. But yeah, I don't know too much. I haven't studied that line. I just want to surprise myself a little bit, and if I can surprise myself, maybe I'm surprising my opponent. So yeah.
An applause for Simon.
Very good.
We actually have a video of Simon imitating basically the whole field of Norway chess, because that's what he does when he's not here in the broadcast studio. Simon does an excellent job studying the players, their body language, their expressions, and I think Simon took a ride earlier to make it to the playing venue. So over to you, Simon, and your many personalities.
Wait, 1 second. Sorry. Norway chess, please.
Oh, I love that sound. Turn up the music, please. Yeah, interesting. Interesting.
Simon, well done. Super good.
Thank you. No, I mean, they're just so fun to watch. And when you were asking that question about Magnus, I was just actually looking at Magnus' body language. It was really like this. It was kind of a funny position. Really like, And yeah, to me, sometimes I lose the track of what's going on the board because I'm so fascinated about these players, and I'm a huge fan. So. Yeah.
Well done.
It shows that you studied them, that you actually care. You studied the body language, the expressions, and that made me think: are there any such things in football as well, that they try to impersonate them or study them? It might not be for comedy, but it could be. I guess when they are preparing for matches, they must be studying their opponents.
100%. They'll be watching games. The trainers will be watching games. The trainers will be editing for the players. The players, they should watch. probably the ones that they will be battling against. Today, with the facilities of editing, everything is so quicker that it gets easier. Sometimes the trainer or the assistant or somebody from the technical staff will sit down with the players and make them watch either themselves or the opponent of a past game, of a future game. And I also think that body language in football speaks a lot. Because we also say the game starts at the tunnel, right? When you have the two teams lined up to enter the pitch, there is already a vibe going on in there of imposing yourself or showing what you mean, and the way you walk through the opponent or you pass by the opponent to your lineup before entering the pitch. It's already talking. It's already a way of talking, and of course, when the game starts, then you have beyond the body language. If you would take a game when there's nobody at the audience, and if you would take, for example, games played at COVID times, it was much easier to listen what's happening on the pitch. There's so much noise on the pitch that we don't listen because the fans are talking so loud and everything. But the noise on the pitch is huge. Players talk to each other during the game all the time, and the trainer as well. They're yelling, they're talking, there's gestures, there's everything, because there's ongoing communication. We have the impression when we watch that this is a silent game. It is not. And if you watch training, for example, it's yelling all the time, because if you know how to talk as well while you're playing, you're a better player.
Communication is key.
100%. Yeah.
So interesting. We also have a very lively venue here. I think we're almost experiencing that kind of a spectator sport. Chess is becoming a spectator sport, and we are just witnessing here these 6 games that are ongoing today, day 8 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Let's take a look at again everything that's happening today. The opening moves have been played in all 6 games of today. Norway Chess, the top rank, and the bottom rank, Norway Chess Women. I would love to go over to Norway Chess Women, and what would be your call on that, Aryan, if we are saying, is it likely that we are heading to an Armageddon between the 2 Chinese players in the bottom left corner? That position is looking very solid to me.
Yeah, that one is heading towards an Armageddon. It's currently the queens have been traded and a lot of pieces. We have an opposite colored bishop endgame. Jiner has played her moves very fast, so I would say white is slightly better, but it's very hard to make progress. The Chinese matchup, I think, is going to be the first that goes to Armageddon. For the viewers, if you're just tuning in, Armageddon is when if the classical game ends in a draw, they play an Armageddon to decide the winner of the match.
Which is, again, one of these features that Norway Chess introduced also to help make chess a more entertainment, spectator-focused sport. Because in chess, unfortunately for us, the most likely result is a draw. If people play perfect chess or they play really good chess, oftentimes they split the point. But if we have a draw here in Norway, there will always be an Armageddon. And as Aryan explained, in Armageddon, there's a winner. White gets more time, but black has draw odds. So there has to be, in every match here in Norway, a decisive winner, a champion, which I think is a similar way that football also decides when there is a tie and there needs to be a result. There is a way to make that happen. And I think we like that. I always love watching penalties. I think that's, like, to me, the most exciting part. Not every match, of course, has to end that way, but it makes it that there is a decisive result.
I think it's genius of Norway Chess to, at least in my opinion, to have found a solution, because it can be frustrated to watch a game for so many hours and it ends up in a tie, right? It's like, and I can only imagine for the players that it ends up in a tie. It's like, okay, what did I do for 5 hours, you know? Yeah, in football, yes, when it's, of course, the end of a tournament, a competition, it needs to end at some point. And then you go for penalties. And although I appreciate how the fans love the penalties, I find it so frustrating that a competition will finish in penalties, because it is a bit of luck. It takes a bit of luck to to, I know, but you have to practice, you need to do this and that. But at the end of the day, it's not the same as a real battle between two teams, right? So, and the tendency is, especially when you see the Premier League, for example, where teams are average so strong, you hardly find a big gap between teams. There is a tendency more and more in championships where teams are very strong that it ends up in a tie. We have been seeing this lately, and then there we go for penalties, and oh my God, I feel so bad for the players when that's how it ends, and especially for the goalkeeper, because there's nothing he can do. I mean, he can do his best, and if he just goes to the right and the guy kicks to the left, there's nothing to be done. And I go like, oh my God, this guy has been training his whole life, and this happened. So yeah, it's interesting, but it's also for us, I think, a bit of a frustration as well.
Now I can understand that side of it more. I never thought of it that way, and it makes a lot of sense that it doesn't always, well, not just doesn't always, it often wouldn't feel fair, and it's just as you mentioned, it's not a full match and everything.
Yeah, right.
Poor goalkeeper.
Yeah, that's like one guy missed for 1 centimeter. Okay, we won the championship. Oh my God, I would kill myself.
Very tough to be in that situation. Luckily here for us, the Armageddon is not that heavy of a weight because the players will get 1 point for drawing their classical game. So they already get rewarded for the classical game, no matter what. And then there will be half a point at stake for the Armageddon itself. So the main game is still the more valuable one, the one that's weighed more. If you win in classical, you get 3 points. So they reward a lot more the fight in the long game and your efforts in the long game. And Armageddon is just in case it's a draw and there should still be a result.
And if I understood it well, you still have a chance to show your skills. And it's still about skills, and that's really nice.
Yes, it's just a faster time control where one of them will win no matter what.
And some players in the Armageddon are way better than some others. So some can be really good in classical, but when they get into Armageddon, it's so fast. They need to think more. It can be hard for them.
That's really interesting. Also, I think that Norway Chess is understanding that this competition needs to be always interesting. It's useless to get stuck in tradition. Okay, that's how it has always been. And sometimes this is self-criticism we need to do for football. That's okay, it's always been like that. But now it's 5 generations later, 10 generations later, interest has changed, attention span has changed. Let's adapt. And the fact that Norway Chess is adapting is probably also what is bringing audience to it, right? And it's all about audience and not about tradition, but about loving the game.
Yeah. So true.
Yeah, Norway Chess in 2019, they changed the format. Before there was no Armageddon, but after 2019, they decided that if a classical game ends in a draw, they will play Armageddon, and it attracted so many viewers. It became much more popular to watch. So I think it's very important to adapt.
I think so. I think so, because the game is for the future generations, and if they don't want to play the game anymore, the game will die. And we can even take, I would probably say this with all respect for baseball, but probably baseball has become so long, so boring, and our kids are still in love with that. Our kids are still thinking the time is good enough, the length and the time that it takes from your other interests, and I think if we adapt, it stays alive. And again, I say, for me, the most important part of sport is to attract young people to it, so that they don't do other stuff. They get away from the screen. They do something more interesting, and this means we need to be very aware of their interests as well.
Well said.
So important.
So well said. And here in Norway Chess, with the Armageddon, with the time control as well, that has changed. They really are taking it the same way that you described, Rafaela. That there have been generations and generations, or in chess's case, even 500 years of history or so. But we need to adapt to the modern times. We need to adapt to the present age. And we certainly are appreciating it. The fans and the viewers are appreciating it too. There could be an Armageddon here in this game, as Aryan said, between Jiner and the reigning women's world champion Wenjun. And I wonder, Aryan, if the other 2 games at Norway Chess Women are heading heading in this direction too? Or can we expect any decisive results in classical? Bibisara has been leading the tournament, and today her opponent is Indian rising star Divya Deshmukh. Now, Divya is 2.5 points behind Bibisara, but if Divya wins in classical, she gets 3 points. So she would bounce ahead of the Kazakh grandmaster Bibisara here with the black pieces. So this is huge, I think, for Divya to try to go aggressive, to use a more risky strategy if she can, but assessing how much risk is okay to take. Of course, she needs to not go all in, but if she can win today in classical, that would bounce her all the way up to the top of the leaderboard.
She actually missed a really big opportunity here, Divya, on the last move after Bibisara pushed this pawn 2 squares. She moved her queen back as the queen was attacked. But here, the best move in the position is quite surprising. White should actually have just sacrificed a knight. Looks very strange because you only get 2 pawns for the knight. I mean, the knight is worth 3 points and you only get 2 pawns. But the following position after, so black is in check, moves the queen in front to block. You don't want to use the bishop because then you lose this pawn, and this would be a very tough situation for black as the rook is also hanging. You move the queen to block the check, and white could move his queen to this square. And the following position is would actually have been much better for white, which is very surprising to me. Like, you only have 2 pawns, but black's king is in the center. White has king safety, can just develop, and would get a huge attack. So a big opportunity missed by Divya there, and especially for a tournament situation. If she wins, she catches up with Bibisara and would be in first place. But I don't know if she considered this sacrifice, but it's hard to figure it out. But it would be the best continuation, and instead she has gone back with the queen to safety. But now it seems like black should be doing all right. Maybe develop the knight and then develop the bishop. But this game is much more lively than the other one. It's not going to go to an Armageddon very quickly. This is just a very fighting opening. Bibisara played the Sicilian, which gives very fighting positions. And I think we might see some fireworks in this one.
You talk about the knight sacrifice with the pawn, and it seems like a really clever idea. But I'm thinking, you know, since it's a classical game, maybe they're like, oh, I'm only on move 8. Divya was like, maybe I'm not gonna trade my knight. It feels too early, you know, because when you're in a fast time control, you want to sacrifice stuff to get the initiative and maybe fight for the clock as well. But now they are on an hour, 30 minutes. You know, it can be scary, no?
Yeah, it's certainly a big decision. She would be more tempted to do it if they were low on time. But at the same time, I think it was a very interesting opportunity because black's king is stuck in the center. And when you see this position, you start calculating how black is getting out. It's not that easy, and white's pieces are flowing in.
Yeah.
White would really have momentum, which is very important in chess to have momentum. It's kind of just putting pressure on your opponent and keeping up with that pressure. Like once you, I think in football it's like being up maybe 1-0 and you don't want to let go.
Yeah, and that's the point. Well, sometimes the difference probably in football is that you don't want to let go, but something smart in football championships is that at the end of the day, when there's a tie between teams at the end of the competition, sometimes the number of goals will make a difference. And one of the reasons the rule is like this is exactly to avoid that every team stops attacking when they are like 1-0, let me just defend, and then the game would be very boring. So you will benefit at the end of a global championship if you have more goals, which probably is different than in this situation because it's a one-off. But in football, like we just mentioned, Italians have the tendency to play a small number of goals. but at the end of the day, it does make a difference. And that keeps the game alive. Otherwise, can you imagine 90 minutes, score one, and I only defend? It gets so boring.
Yeah.
This game definitely is not getting boring, and also what's not getting boring, that the confessional booth is a very popular place today. We had already world number one Magnus Carlsen visiting the confessional earlier, and right now it is his opponent Praggnanandhaa who also wants to share his
what
thoughts.
he says.
I believe it's the first.
Yeah, okay. I decided to come to confession for the first time in this event. I remember in 24 I was coming every game, but yeah, somehow this time it's already round 8 and this is my first time. Coming to the game, this is like one of the lines which my second wrote me to check, but as always I forgot to check. But still I could remember some details from like looking at it few months back. So I remember this bishop d3, bishop b4 check was important. If I'm not misremembering, because if this is not the position, then it looks really dangerous. But I think somehow it works for black, and I remember black is supposed to be fine, but it's just a complicated position, and it seems that we'll get a fight today.
Praggnanandhaa second, his coach, brought this position to Pragg to check, and then he forgot to check it. He still remembers some of the lines. Good for Pragg that he remembers something even without having to check it for today. And he says it's quite a complicated variation. He knows what he's doing, even if it wasn't exactly that he checked it just before the game. Magnus is blocking the check with the bishop, and if that's correct, Aryan, Pragg is still in a way in his preparation, even if it wasn't that he recently checked it.
Yeah, it sounds like it. He didn't check it before the game, but as a young player, you usually have very good memory, and memory in chess is quite important. Actually, I will say that Magnus Carlsen is the person I've met in my life who has the best memory I've seen.
Okay.
He remembers so many things, not only about chess but about life. Like his knowledge is crazy about, like, it can be geopolitics or like geography or I don't know, just every random thing, and I think this has been one of the factors that has helped him to be the GOAT.
Yeah.
You know, being the best for so many years. He's very good at remembering old games and
moves.
He reads all the
yeah.
books he read as a child. He remembers all the games. It's helped him so much. And Praggnanandhaa said like he didn't prepare this before the game, but a couple months ago he had looked at this line. So it seems like he's still in preparation. Magnus blocks the check here, and now black has to make a choice. Like, do you trade the bishop, or he might also capture this knight. Taking the knight is a big decision because you give up the bishop pair, but at the same time white gets this not ideal pawn structure, the double pawns.
And that's what he went for. He has captured the knight. So we are observing is a preparation from Pragg from a few months ago, possibly, not very recently checked, but still, as you all highlighted, his memory is so good, he still remembers, he knows what he's doing, he makes the move and stands up. Hey, Magnus, figure it out on your own. Not easy.
A bit surprising that he stands up, because I would expect Magnus to capture that bishop back very quickly. And it seems like Praggnanandhaa after is going to capture this pawn in the center. So a pawn sacrifice for Magnus, and it looks like a very exciting position, but kind of a nightmare if your opponent has looked at it before the game. So he knows the truth, and you don't know the truth. So, but a bit
in this position, can you just make a check with the queen and pick up the knight after?
Good question, Simon. Yeah, you could give this check with the queen, and
oh no, the tree.
If black, for instance, blocks it or moves the king, you would pick up the knight in the center of the board. The problem here is that black retreats the knight and blocks the check, and here black would just be a pawn up, and maybe some compensation for white, but certainly not what Magnus is hoping for. So we have Magnus is still thinking in his position if he's gonna capture back, but I think right now he's not too thrilled. I mean, it's 40 minutes down on the clock, spent almost half the time as Prague, while he's trying to figure out the details about this position. Anna.
Why is he thinking if the capture is obvious, or is it not obvious that he needs to take the bishop, Aryan?
He could also consider to capture the knight first. The point of that is that if black now captures the bishop back, then Magnus could take the bishop. And in this situation, he would not lose a pawn as in this one. If you capture the pawn in the center, black actually loses his queen due to tactical reasons, as here the line between the bishop and the queen is about to open up. White will give a check, and black has to react with the king, and then white will take the black queen. So that's why he's thinking here if he's maybe going to capture this knight first, but black actually doesn't have to take that bishop back. They could take here this pawn, and now it's just getting very, very messy and hard to understand if this is good or if it's bad, but it's understandable that Magnus is taking his time.
Now that makes sense that he's taking his time because of the other option. I completely missed that he could also capture the knight on the edge of the board, and it looks like no matter which one he chooses, it is a very complex, very sharp position. Again, really unpleasant for Magnus that he knows that his opponent prepared this. He knows that because of the time management being so little, the amount of time that Prague has used, he has this signal from his opponent that Prague knows what he's doing. He prepared this. And that's very unpleasant to face in a sharp, complex position like this. And I wonder if in Alireza's game it's a similar story, because the reigning world champion Gukesh is facing today the French number one Alireza Firouzja, and it is a very similar time situation that Alireza has spent a lot of time earlier in the game. And before we get into the position, Rafaela, I need to ask you about this view here, because on the left side, we have the number one player from France playing with a leg injury. It's quite unusual to us, but I was going to ask you, in football, if there's...
You don't play with a broken leg in football.
Would there be like, with minor injury you can play, but not to this extent? Or
it depends. Pain is part of football. The players get used to pain. Actually, when you have a young player and he gets injured for the first time, even if it's a smaller or bigger injury, it's a process also of growing as a footballer, learning to manage the pain. Because it is about pain management. There will always be something, because of course this is a contact sport. And you will bump into each other, you will be hit by each other all the time and by the ball, and you're demanding a lot from your body, especially now there's so many games. And when you're younger, it's probably you feel levels of pains in the exact same injury that you feel much different when you're older, because you learned how to manage it. But I cannot recall a player that will say to me when playing at professional serious level, I'm pain-free today. It doesn't exist. But of course there are some pains that will allow you to play, but then they are not considered injuries. When a player is injured, technically injured, then he cannot play. There's so many rules in place that will actually stop him from playing, not because he doesn't want to, but because he doesn't have what is called condition to play. And this depends on the country. The law will change country by country. The insurances will change. And of course, the level of assessment of a medical department will be different. But when you're officially injured, you simply cannot play. Then the challenge is, how fast can you go back. And of course, in some clubs, they will push you back as soon as possible. In others, they will be able to afford to let you heal for more time, because that also counts. If you have a very important game and I need this player for the game, maybe I will accelerate the healing process, sometimes in a way that works and sometimes in a way that backfires at you. You can play that game, but maybe you you end up missing more games because of that, but you just sacrifice yourself to be able to play.
That makes so much sense. And of course, with the chess being a mental sport, it supposedly doesn't affect the players that much. But Alireza has talked about the pain that he's experiencing and that it is still impacting him in a way.
I would imagine it impacts you because at least as long as I know in football, when you're injured or in pain, you're not 100%. And your brain is being consumed at some level with the pain management. So it's difficult to be 100% there because there's a little corner of you that is not there. And I think as much as in football, in chess, at this level, you need all your energy, all your focus to that. What I say in football is probably true for chess. There is a big difference between a beginner and a professional. But there's a small difference between a super chess player and a good chess player. And that small difference is the one that makes you be Magnus, for example, or not. But probably it's something that he does a little bit more than others. At least in football, that's how it is. You sleep at the right time, you have self-discipline, and all these little things that will bring to an outcome that is, you can play in a second division, but you can play in first division. And I imagine it's the same in chess.
Exactly. You described it so well. It feels like you've been in the chess world your whole life, Rafaela, because
sports are all the same. Yeah.
It really is like that.
And I feel like you have to sacrifice so much if you want to get to the top. And you sacrifice friends, you sacrifice time.
But I think it depends what you call sacrifice, because for example, if you love what you're doing, is it a sacrifice? You know, is it a sacrifice for you to play chess? And you really like it?
No.
No, exactly, exactly. So that's the point. And when I see that somebody loves the ball more than their girlfriends, and you know, kids that love football and really become players, you have these pictures of them and their kids sleeping with the ball, going to school with the ball. It's their best friend. And if I say to any of you guys, I think, did you feel sacrificing when you were not going to the movies because you had to play chess? Did you feel it as a sacrifice?
No, not really. Made so many friends because of chess as well, so it gives back in a different way.
So I see what you mean, but I think for the ones that have it in their blood, it's not a sacrifice. It is a lifestyle.
To me, I've sacrificed too much night playing chess because I'm too old to get anywhere in chess. So.
But you don't have to get anywhere as long as you're satisfied with what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
To bring you happiness.
Yes, it brings me happiness. That's the truth.
Yeah.
Aryan, this position, does it bring happiness to our injured player here with the white pieces, Alireza, who, by the way, Rafaela, was leading the tournament for the first 5 rounds, but unfortunately for him, he lost the previous 2 games. So it could have also been what you mentioned about energy, because he was doing really well at the start of the tournament, but it's a long event. It's 2 weeks here in Norway.
Right? Yeah.
It matters.
And you're not sleeping at your own mattress, and you're injured. It's really tough when you're injured. It's really hard.
I would say it brings quite some happiness for Alireza here. He's currently a pawn up. And
so he's happy today. That's good. We are rooting for him to feel good, to get better.
As far as I can see, Gukesh doesn't have quite enough compensation. So let's just look at what happened here. Gukesh was playing very, very aggressive in this game. I mean, you can see pushing his pawns forward here, going for Alireza's bishop. This pawn was attacked. What happened here was that Gukesh didn't defend it. He just castled. And I don't know if it was a bluff or playing for a trick. But anyway, Alireza spent some time and didn't see the problem. Why can he not just capture this pawn? He went for it Because Gukesh was playing pretty fast, but it's not a very good sign that you sacrifice a pawn and then you start thinking, Anna.
Yeah,
Because
that's
now
not...
also the queen trade is offered, and white is currently a pawn up, and Rafaela, when you're leading, when you have more material, it benefits the player that trades pieces.
Okay.
Because if you get to the end game and you have a pawn up, it's just very good for you. Because in the final position, if you have one pawn extra, you're gonna win the game. So it's currently looking pretty good for Alireza, and he might capitalize on the extra pawn. Gukesh has to prove himself right now.
Wow, Gukesh has to prove himself. We will take a short break, but when we are back, we're gonna see what his decision is, because this is critical. He gives up a pawn and then starts thinking, as Aryan said, is not a good sign. Could be a good sign for Alireza after the 2 losses to bounce back today in his game against the world champion. There's so much at stake today here at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 8 with only 3 more rounds to go. Anyone can still win the tournament. We will take a quick break here, but we also have some really interesting videos and interviews to show to you during the break, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back within a few minutes, and also educate everyone, including ourselves, about what we mentioned already on the show, how important good health is also in chess.
It is my pleasure to be joined by Praggnanandhaa, the golden Olympic winner of 2024 with India. Pragg, welcome to Oslo.
Thank you.
What would you say for the people who are new to chess you're the best known for in the chess world?
Yeah, it's difficult to explain. I think probably people know me by the performance in the World Cup 2023. Most people watching probably can connect with me.
How did chess come into your life, and what made you fall in love with the game?
My sister was the first one playing in the family, and I picked it up from her. Yeah, she was playing here last 2 years. It's my turn now here.
And how did you fall in love with the game? So you started playing with your sister, or did you immediately enjoy the game?
Yeah, so my sister was practicing, used to practice at home, and I started to become interested with the game. So my parents got me a separate chessboard so I can just play on my own, and that's how I picked it up.
Amazing. And of course we're now at Norway Chess, where the event where draw is not a boring result, because you're having Armageddon after it, which decides the winner. How exciting for you to play Armageddon?
Yeah, it's one of the most interesting format and exciting one. I remember playing in 2024. I had a lot of fun because even after a draw, you still have to fight, and all these Armageddon games go to the wire. Even the classical time control is exciting because we don't usually play without the second time control. Also without increment from move 40, that's kind of rare. So I think everything is new year, and it's also exciting. So looking forward to the tournament.
2024 Norway Chess was not your only the first classical win against Magnus, but also your last encounter against him. How motivated are you playing against Magnus this year?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to play Magnus any format. I think he's someone that I always enjoy playing. Our games are always exciting, so looking forward to playing. But also the field in itself is super strong, and everyone is a fighting player here, so I'm sure we'll get a lot of fun games here.
The organization behind the Norway Chess introduced a new world title, the Total Chess. As a chess player, which opportunities and which challenges would you say it brings such a world title format where you have the fast classical, rapid and blitz?
Yeah, it is an exciting format. We'll see. I mean, how it goes. I think this year we will have the first tournament, so I'm also excited for it. I think any new opportunity for players to play in, I think it's really good. So in that way, I think it's a great thing what they're doing, and I'm looking forward to see how it'll come out.
It's very important to have someone who supports you. Pragg, who is your best supporter?
Oh, my family. Without their support, I think it's just not possible. My parents, they have sacrificed so much so that me and my sister, we can travel around and focus on our games. So I think their support is something that that I'll be grateful forever.
And you mentioned to us that YouTube helps you to relax during the tournaments or relax from the chess games. What exactly do you enjoy watching?
It really depends on my mood. Sometimes it's some comedies, or sometimes it's something, some sport or something that's happening in India. It just depends. I mean, usually it's just what the YouTube recommends me. So I'm not like someone who picks something to watch or something. It's just whatever YouTube throws at me.
And if I may ask, is it like mainly Indian or is it like international or mix?
I mean, mostly it'll be some content from Tamil, which is the language I speak and the place I come from in India. But also about India or something related to it mostly.
And I would like to talk about the event which happening at the same time, Norway Chess Women. It's happening for the third year. It's a truly unique event with the same prize fund. Which impact do you think it has on the chess world?
Yeah, it's a great thing for women chess. I remember in 2024 was the first year it was introduced, and my sister was also playing alongside with me. So yeah, it's a great opportunity for them, and I think more opportunities like this are always welcomed, and I really appreciate that it keeps going every year, and I hope it will go a long way from here.
What would you say is the most satisfying and what is the most frustrating thing for you in chess?
I think for any chess player, the satisfying thing is to win a good game, and the frustrating thing will be to lose a bad game. Yeah, it really depends on how the game goes.
Probably more frustrating is to lose the winning game.
That's true, yeah.
And what does a good training day look like to you?
To combine, all parts of the game, to have some solving, to have some opening session, and also to combine with gym and some physical activity. I think that will be like a perfect day.
So maybe I will follow up on the question, because what do you do besides chess, which are not chess related, which helps you to improve? Is it gym or something else?
Yeah, when I'm at home, I try to go to the gym, but nowadays with all the scheduling, I think I'm hardly at home. Or like try to play some sports or just go for walks. Yeah, something small, like even like 10 minutes or something, I think can be good just to take your mind off from chess.
Thank you very much, Pragg, for your time.
Thank you.
Good health is just as important for a chess player as a good mental preparation. Appropriate nutrition and body strength plays a crucial role in top-level chess players. A chess game can last for hours and can be exhausting. Physical health helps players sustain concentration, maintain endurance, and prevent burnout throughout the long matches. Chess tournaments are very intense and stressful. Physical fitness can help players cope with the pressure associated with competitive play. Body training is an excellent way to manage the stress. Regular exercise has been shown to enhance cognitive function, including memory, problem-solving, and decision-making. All essential skills for a chess player. Good health, conditioned by systematic training and right diet, contributes to mental acuity, enables chess players to perform at their best in the top chess tournaments, and serves as a foundation for continuing success. This is why the elite chess players prioritize preparation as an essential aspect for improving their performance in the games.
Welcome back to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 8 and the action is heating up both on the board and also in the confessional booth. World number 1 Magnus Carlsen is back to share his thoughts during his game against Praggnanandhaa. Over to you, Magnus.
So, all the thoughts I had in here about an hour ago have failed pretty spectacularly. I briefly thought about the idea that he could win a pawn after bishop d3, but then I was like, no, surely that's too dangerous. And yeah, then when he gave a check, I realized that was his plan, and like, to be fair, everything else looked like a little bit better for white, so I can understand that that's what he was aiming for. And now we're at a situation where, like, my intuition tells me that white cannot be worse. Like, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna die on that hill, because obviously what the engines say are gospel. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But at least he's thinking now. Maybe that indicates that I made a bad move, but I cannot really understand why rook c1 is bad. My guess would be that this is the kind of prep where it holds for black, but there isn't moves for white that kind of, yeah, that kind of are all equal. So maybe he's trying to recall stuff. Who knows? But yeah, obviously time situation, not fantastic. Knowledge gap, not great either. But the position itself, I think, must be fine for me.
Time situation not good, knowledge gap not good, says Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen in a game where he kind of walked into the preparation of Praggnanandhaa, and it is now the first time in the game that Pragg is taking a pause. Aryan, can you update the viewers on this game and the thought process of Magnus that he shared with us in the confessional?
Very exciting stuff. We love to see Magnus in the confessional, and he visits it so many times during the game. I believe the player that used it the most by far, actually. So he has sacrificed a pawn, as he mentioned, and the current position is very lively. Black's queen is attacked, so it has to move, and it has many different squares to go to, which is why Praggnanandhaa is thinking. Praggnanandhaa did tell us that he had analyzed this variation a couple months ago, so he remembers some details, but it's probably not that fresh in his memory. And he probably stopped around here, and maybe he thinks it's like he knows that it's an equal position, but he doesn't know all the details. And here, for instance, Black could capture the second pawn, but White can come up with the queen and give a check. The Black king is far from safe. If the Black king moves, you can give another check. Maybe the Black queen will block. You can capture this pawn. This is just one option. You could also instead give a check with a White bishop here. And if the Black king moves, White is 2 pawns down, but the Black king is in the center, and White always has a lot of compensation. Eventually, maybe make a move like this, get the king to safety. It's one of those positions like you don't have to act immediately, but you have like long-term compensation. And Magnus's feeling is so impressive. He's saying that he doesn't think he can be worse, and it is true. This is I had to check with the engine, but this is objectively an equal position. White is not worse here. It's an equal position, but it's one of those that I think anything can happen. Black has to play very precise because his king is exposed. One big mistake here would be if Black, for instance, pushes his queen back to this square, White can win on the spot. Do you see, Simon, what White can play here?
Of course, you give a check.
You would check with the bishop, and then you pick up the queen. So Pragg has to be careful where he goes with the queen. And it's a big decision, and the first time in the game where Pragg is taking some time.
It's amazing to see that this position is equal, but when I'm looking at Pragg with this Black position, I mean those pawns in the middle looks really scary. We have a pass pawn supported by another. Like when they roll down the board, who can stop it? You know?
Yeah. So Pragg could, for instance, also send his queen to this square, just trying to stop this check, bringing the queen back to defense. Magnus then is just going to push this pawn one square up, and his plan is basically get the king to safety and bring the other rook into the game. I mean, when you're attacking, you want to involve all your pieces, and this is a very nice move to play. And White is not in rush here. It's not like Black is one move away from getting to safety. This is more of a long-term compensation situation. But I think this is a position where three results are possible. Black is a pawn up. If he consolidates, Black could be better. But if White gets an attack going, White could deliver checkmate. So exciting stuff, Anna.
It looks very exciting, and I'm just fascinated by the exchange of thoughts in the confessional that we both heard from Magnus and from Pragg during the game, as the game is unfolding. And yeah, the intuition of Magnus just feeling that he cannot be worse in this position, even if it could be 2 extra pawns for Black. But it seems that the piece activity of White compensates a lot, and king's safety is huge. I was thinking of those parallels for a second there, Rafaela, with piece activity and the control of the center. Do you see chess in a way as if it was football, or do you consider those parallels between chess and football sometimes?
100%, yes. For me, above all, when you're negotiating. Negotiating is really like chess, because it's a small universe and you could see each piece as a football club, and or as a player in a certain position, or as a whole, as a team. And then you understand that if there's, for example, something missing in the team, it's like for you guys there would be something missing in the board, and how do then I achieve what I need to achieve. So it is very similar, especially when we look at it in terms of the ecosystem of football, I would say. In terms of on the pitch, yes, also, although maybe not exactly the same, because you have pieces moving together. It's like a dance, like a wave that needs to move together to get somewhere, but nobody will get excluded. That's the point. You start the game and you finish the game with the same number of players. And that is maybe a big difference between the two games, because it's this amount of players that need together to achieve a result and make the ball go forward and forward, forward until the goal. While for you guys, it's about exclusion as well, to make, in a way, to make the parallel, your own team stronger, right? You need to exclude the others. But it is so similar. I mean, it's like, I'm not sure you could apply football principles to chess, but I'm convinced chess principles apply to football and can only add up. And football players that can play chess will be better football players, 100%. Yeah.
Fascinating, the insight you're sharing with us. And I think we do have some pictures of football players playing chess, and Magnus himself, of course, being a big football fan. I wonder if we could bring those up, because it was one of the marketing campaigns a few years back when Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi sat down to play chess on a Louis Vuitton suitcase. And the chess position, interestingly, that they had made them play is an existing game, I believe, a game of Magnus Carlsen, historically, from one of his tournaments. And on the left side, of course, we see a very happy Magnus. He's such a fan of Real Madrid, and he had a chance to meet Cristiano himself. Do you think that both chess players liking football and football players liking chess, it's those similarities, and also just mind and physical sports and how they meet? Is there that link?
What I see in top athletes, and I consider a chess player an athlete, and in this case, of course, you have in the picture a super top athlete. I mean, both, two of them. They are always attracted to each other in the sense of admiring. They know what it takes. They know how hard it is in every sport. So I find it only natural that one would admire the other as much as a basketball player admires volleyball player and so on. I really see camaraderie, if that's the word, in this universe of this high-end performance. How sometimes even we maybe imagine, or for the sake of marketing, we imagine some sort of a rivalry or competition. You would imagine the big times of Messi and Ronaldo. There used to be Team Messi, Team Ronaldo. I like this one, I don't like the other. They admire each other, and if you see now when it's more open, the declarations about each other, they admire each other because they know what it takes and they know how hard it is.
That's so true, Simon. I see that you want to jump in with those thoughts about chess and football, and the admiration that Rafaela described between top athletes of any field, knowing what it takes.
Yeah, it's the parallel is amazing. I've never seen it that way.
It's interesting, right?
Yeah.
Although I'm not convinced Ronaldo and Messi met for this game of chess of the picture, I don't want to be like the one that is a party pooper, but probably this is a montage, because they were probably just taking. Normally, what we do is take the pictures separately and then put them together. Yeah.
I see. I
It's
haven't
because
thought
of
about that. I
it's
was like,
because
wow,
of
it's so cool. They're
agendas,
sitting
yes.
there over the
I
chessboard.
cannot promise. I don't know.
I guess with
wasn't
their
there,
busy
but,
schedules and being in different countries,
Normally,
makes
I mean, you play a day, the other plays another day. It's hard to find a moment where these people can really be together. Yeah.
So busy.
That makes sense. That does make sense. And by the way, speaking of the chess and football parallels, we do have a really exciting World Championship tour coming up next year called Total Chess. I would love to show it to our viewers first and then ask Rafaela about Total Chess because I think she knows a lot about this World Championship tour. So here's what Total Chess is.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Norway Chess has launched a brand new format of World Championships, Total Chess, approved by FIDE. And what is Total Chess World Championship? For the first time ever, fast classical chess, rapid and blitz are combined into one single title, designed to find the most complete chess player in the world. It begins with a 24-player pilot event in November 2026. Who has qualified? Carlsen, Gukesh, Nakamura, Caruana, Sindarov, Praggnanandhaa, Wenjun and Vaishali. The tour will have 4 events, 3 tournaments leading into one grand final where one player will be claiming the crown. And this is bigger than just chess alone. Football superstar Erling Haaland and Olympic legend Johannes Hasflut Klabu are both investors in this project. 3 disciplines, 1 crown. This is Total Chess.
We are all very excited about the upcoming World Championship Tour, a new World Championship that combines all time controls. And one of the investors in Total Chess is Norwegian football star Erling Haaland. Rafaela, you represent Erling. Have you talked to him about Total Chess and what are your thoughts on his involvement in this new World Championship for chess?
I'm also involved in it.
Amazing! Tell us more! Tell us more!
I'm an investor together with him.
Amazing!
We invested together. We are over the moon with the project. There's so much being prepared and we are super excited. And our goal, our ambition is to, of course, together with you guys, to make it even bigger, to reach new audiences and to really let people know how interesting, how speedy this can be, because I think people who do not know it, they have this feeling, yeah, it's boring. It's not. It's completely alive. And our goal is to let people understand this so that this will really become even bigger than it is, even more, let's say, I don't want to use this word, but marketable, because I am one that believes in marketing, in making things beautiful, noisy, extreme, because that's what we like, right? And yeah, we're deeply involved and we've been deeply involved from the start, yes.
I'm so impressed to hear that because I know about Erling, but now that both of you are involved in the investment too, it makes it even more fascinating to me. And to have you in the studio believing in how marketable chess is and how it can reach an even bigger audience. I hear that the broadcasting rights negotiations are going well with really major platforms, and it would be truly unique and I think, if I can say, much deserved for chess to reach a larger audience, a mainstream audience.
I agree. It's much deserved. It's about time. And also because, again, I go back always to the point of kids. It's an option for kids. It's an option against video game. It's an option against wasting your time on Discord and whatever that is. it is a very healthy option that will make you better, that will give you more life skills. So let's get it done. Let's get it out loud and very strong.
Let's get it out there very loud and strong. I love those words, Rafaela. And we hope that with Norway Chess's innovations already at this tournament and now with the upcoming World Championship Tour, that takes an ancient game and makes it so modern that it's going to be faster, stronger, more exciting, more audience friendly, and it aims to reach a global audience. We are really thrilled about this, Simon, aren't we?
Yeah. We and the chessboard is one thing, and the commentary and seeing you, Anna, so excited about it. It's what makes the difference. So.
And the personalities, because as you mentioned, Rafaela, we know Magnus. A lot of people know Magnus, but there's so many other players too who could have that kind of a profile, right?
And they can be role models for so many people. For when you're having a bad day, and this role model may inspire me to do it again and to try again. And all of you guys, you work so hard. Let people see it. Let's bring it out. Let's make it loud.
Let's make it loud. Aryan, what are your thoughts on Total Chess? And then, of course, we will show the current games that we're going to be very loud about here in Norway.
I'm really looking forward to it. It's something we have not had in chess, like combining the time controls and new innovation is what we need in chess to grow the game. So I believe, chess is a game with a lot of history, and we have not often adapted to kind of the new world. With the social media, like you have YouTube, television. We need to make chess more exciting. So total chess could be the change we need.
We all think so, and we are also excited that we had yesterday as a special guest Magnus's father, Henrik Carlsen, here, and he was also talking about how excited he is for Total Chess, and that Magnus wants to play in Total Chess because he walked away from the classical world champions title. He held that title for long, then he walked away because he thinks it's not a format that he's interested in. It was very stressful to play, not much to gain, and he wants this new crown, though. He wants to be the combined world champion, and we want to see Magnus competing in the world championship again.
And we want to see you guys there. We need you guys in there, yes.
Thank you so much, Rafaela. We definitely hope that you'll be there too, now that we know your involvement.
I will be there all the way, yeah.
It has just... I feel like I could just sit here with Rafaela talking for hours and hours and not address that there are games, but I need to bring us back to the bird's eye view and see what we have to catch up on while we are also describing what's the future of chess. And it's Norway Chess, the organizers of Norway Chess, bringing a new world championship cycle. There will be a pilot later this year in November, and next year the world championship in combined chess begins. Aryan, when you look at all these 6 games, where do you see the most updates and where should we head next, you think?
We should definitely go to the Chinese matchup between Jiner and Wenjun because a lot has happened there. Actually, Black is currently finding herself in a lost position, and it's quite instructive because when you take a look at it, it looks okay for Black. Material is equal. And it is this endgame we talked about, but in the last couple of moves, Black has completely misplayed it. And right now, Wenjun is spending a lot of time, I think, realizing that she is in a lot of trouble. And I want to show why that is, because everything is very well protected here. But this bishop for Black is the problem of the position. It's going to be stuck on this square forever. If the bishop ever leaves this square, you're going to drop this very important pawn. And once this pawn is gone, this other pawn can be weak as well.
Wow.
So White has a quite nice plan now of involving the king. In endgames where the queens are traded off, it's very important to play with an active king because without the queens, you very rarely get checkmated. So involving the king makes a lot of sense. So she's gonna bring her king up to this square, and Black is actually just completely paralyzed in this position. They don't have any way of freeing themselves Black's pieces are just standing there, and there is nothing black can do. A really fascinating position. There's not a single piece black can move, and white is slowly just going to bring the king in. And once that happens, at some point, white is going to throw in this move and maybe pick up this pawn, or maybe even push these pawns. White is just completely the boss in this position, and deciding whatever she wants to do. Black is completely stuck. You're kind of playing with the bishop down in this position, actually, Anna. Like, you can never move the dark squared bishop. Like, he has to stand here and shuffle forever. And black might end up in something we call Zugzwang, which is a term that might be very new to the viewers, because I think it's something I've only heard in chess terms. But Zugzwang means when you're in a position where you don't have any useful moves, but in chess you always have to make a move, and that move you have to make worsens your position. So you're basically stuck to make a bad move, and here it might eventually happen, because black doesn't have many pieces to play with. Like, you can never push these pawns; it's just going to get captured. If you push this pawn, it's also just going to get captured. So black doesn't really have a plan, and white has a dream position.
This is so fascinating to me, everything that you described, Aryan. I think all of us are sitting here just taking notes how to get better at chess. And we thought this was heading toward a draw. We were talking to you, Rafael, about Armageddon.
Exactly.
There will be a penalty shootout. But it's not. It's actually Zhu Jiner, the rising Chinese star, facing a very knowledgeable five-time women's world champion Wenjun, and here the youngster is outplaying the legend. They are both from the Olympic team of China, and Wenjun has been holding on to that crown, the women's world champion's title, but Zhu Jiner is hungry, ambitious, and is going for it. It's so interesting how this position looks not that fascinating, so to say. It doesn't look like fireworks, and yet because of that bishop, that one single piece, Aryan not being able to do much, and black just can only make waiting moves or worsen her position, white will be making progress, while black is just sitting there having to allow that progress.
Yes, exactly, Anna. So black could, for instance, try to trade rooks, but even that doesn't really change the situation. So white will capture after black captures back. She's gonna still go for this plan of activating the king. I mean, the way white can see this position is kind of playing with a piece up. This bishop is very strong, controlling important squares, and it can move around. Like, sometimes you can go here and combine it with threats like this to put pressure on this pawn. But the black bishop is just very sad. It has to be on this square all the time to protect this pawn. So it's very limited in that sense. And while the position looks innocent, I think Wenjun is sitting there realizing the strategic danger she is in right now.
Yeah, Wenjun might be thinking, like, what am I doing? She's lying on the table. Doesn't seem happy. I wish we could see her face, but the camera is not pointing towards her. But there's not much, as you said, there's not much you can do. It's really frustrating when you're in a chess game and there's nothing you can do. There's no advancement whatsoever, just because the position looks so stuck. Everything looks stuck. Everything looks. If you move a pawn, you lose something, and in the end, like, what do you do?
Yeah, and Wenjun is a very strong player. She's the women's world champion. I mean, she knows that she's in trouble right now. I've seen that black can get in trouble in these kinds of positions before, and this is exactly kind of a nightmare situation with this bishop being stuck.
And because they're in the national team together, they probably know each other's game very well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
These two players play for the Chinese national team and played against each other quite a few times.
But that doesn't mean, if you're a beginner, that you should resign this game, because you only need one mistake from white
100%.
and you're back in the game.
Yeah.
But at this level, I don't know what Wenjun think now. Does she think she might get away with something, or she's facing reality?
No, I think she was expecting this game to head towards a draw, as this opening is quite solid. But at the same time, Black needs to take some care strategically, and I think she maybe moved a bit too quickly earlier and was a bit too relaxed, and now suddenly the position is very unpleasant. I would say probably this plan here of putting the bishop on this square and pushing this pawn is not a very good idea, as the bishop got stuck. She earlier didn't have to let White's rook get so active on this square. So this is very nuanced, a bit maybe hard to explain all the kind of details for the viewers, because it's very advanced and a lot of nuances in this endgame. But basically, what has happened is that her bishop is currently stuck, and she just has to sit and wait forever and hope that it's a fortress. So that's what Black is hoping for, that White cannot make progress. But currently, I think Black is going to run out of moves at some point.
You think so? Yeah.
Good chance then for Jiner to jump ahead of Wenjun. We see Jiner with 7 points, and if she wins in Classical, that's 3 points to her, giving her 10 points over Wenjun's 9 points. And also at the very top of the leaderboard, it could be a similar shake-up of the standings if Indian rising star Divya Deshmukh manages to win today against the tournament leader Bibisara. That game, Aryan, we were describing earlier that it was looking good for Divya, but she missed the chance to sacrifice a piece in the opening, which would have given her really good initiative. I'm wondering, how is the situation now? This is for all the marbles here. Rafaela, on the right side, we have the Kazakh grandmaster, Bibisara, who is leading the tournament. But if Divya, on the left side, wins, she will bounce ahead of Bibisara. But she has to win. She has to win in Classical. No draw, no Armageddon. The only way to take over Bibisara is to win in this Classical game.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and this is a very fascinating position. I mean, take a look at how White's rook and queen is lined up on this file. Quite unusual to see this. But the reason for that is that White is putting pressure on this pawn. White has really lined up their pieces to try to capture this pawn, and then White will be a pawn up. On the last move, Bibisara moves the rook one square to the right, and I'm sitting here wondering what happens if Divya just captures this pawn. I think she might can keep the bishops or capture and then go for castling, getting the king to safety. But I really like White's chances here. I think Black doesn't have enough compensation for the pawn, and she does capture it as I mentioned that. Maybe she wants to keep the bishops on the board. Hitting the white rook now. So White has to move the rook. I think she's going to go to this square, hitting the black bishop. And Black has to be a bit careful here, because if you protect it with a rook, that would be a big mistake, as White has a winning move, Simon. Do you see what White can do here? Not as easy as the other position I showed you, but this is...
You take the bishop with the rook and you pin the rook?
Yes, you take the bishop and then you have this one pinning the black rook. And I mean, if the black rook cannot move because it's pinned, and if you move the king, White will capture the rook, and here White would be a piece up and a winning position. And instead, if you try to defend with the queen, White can, for instance, bring the queen here with check, getting involved, hitting the rook and the king. King moves, you take the rook, Black has to take, and you take the other rook. And here, White is material up with a winning position. So it's currently Divya's move, but I really think she's gonna move her rook to this square, and then probably Bibisara has to move the bishop again. some compensation for black because of the bishop pair, but Divya should be better.
Good chances for Divya, it feels like. She really is trying her best to win this game against the tournament leader, Bibisara. I would love to take us back to the bird's eye view to see all the boards that are being played right now. There's 6 games in total, 3 in Norway Chess and 3 in Norway Chess Women. We were saying that the bottom left corner between the 2 Chinese players is looking really good for Jiner with the white pieces against the women's world champion, while the other games are still evolving in the middle game. We are soon approaching that phase of the game where things will blow up. The positions, the time management, everything will start speeding up, and then oh boy, we will be in here for a treat. Prepare your popcorns, get ready for the action, because as soon as the players are approaching the final stage of the game in terms of their time management, that's when everything will happen. So we are in for, I think, a cinematic finish here, and I'm predicting a lot of decisive results. I don't know, Simon, if you would agree that today, looking at the crazy position of Magnus, looking at Alireza's extra pawn, looking at what's happening in Norway Chess Women, it feels like there could be a lot of classical wins today.
Yeah, especially the one we just saw with Divya and Bibisara, and also the game of Magnus and PRAGG, just because it's so complicated. And PRAGG just didn't make a move.
Still thinking. So Praggnanandhaa, who was in his preparation, actually now that we called him out on not making a move, he made a move.
You jinxed it, Simon.
He was thinking up until 2 seconds ago. He was thinking for a long time. 40 minutes, I'm being told, is his time management on that one single queen move. We will, I think, head over to Alireza Gukesh first, but in terms of time management, I want to talk to you both, Rafael and Aryan, about this situation of how much time is too much time, or is there such a thing in negotiations too when it's in chess? Maybe if Aryan describes it first in chess, because 40 minutes on one move. What do you think on that?
40 minutes is a lot on one move. So usually there is this saying on grandmaster level: if you spend more time than 15 minutes, you make a mistake because you start overthinking and you get into your own head. So you should try to move at not later than 15 minutes.
So 15 minutes would be your average or ideal maximum.
In a very critical position, 15 minutes, 1-5.
And your average, what is your average?
Average, I would say around 3-4 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because if you spend 15 minutes on every move, you're going to get in time trouble. You're going to get very low on time later. So it's very important to plan your time. And I mean, you shouldn't spend too much time on every move.
What is your longest time spent on a move?
Probably 35 minutes. But then I probably did something stupid.
Did you win?
I think it was a draw in that game.
Okay.
Yeah.
So overthinking, would you say, Aryan, is 40 minutes is too much? It's not advisable.
It's not advisable. It's it doesn't lead to anything sort of beneficial.
Would it be similar when it comes to your strategies and thinking through a negotiation, that you need to also balance out how much time and energy you invest in when it's like how would that be in terms of your decision making? I'm curious.
I think at least in my case, I like to take time, not for the decision, but as I told you, to get the order closer to where I want him to be. So I've had negotiations that lasted 2 years.
2 years?
Probably in terms of chess, probably no, for sure, it would be absolutely impossible. But I've had 2 contracts out of all of them that each one of them took 2 years. And it took 2 years because of the rhythm that I imposed on it, because I wanted to get somewhere, and it was very far, but very far. And time was on my side because time allowed me to put the other side, feeling insecure, feeling like we're doing something else, feeling like this was over, or any kinds of feelings you can imagine. And that came out, I would say the outcome was very beneficial to the client. So that gave me a bad habit of believing in time, yes. Although, on the other hand, as you guys know, of course, when it's about transfer of players, we are subject to something called the transfer window. So we can only transfer players from a specific date to another, which means that then you want to play with time, but time is on the clock is against you, because when the window closes, the system shuts down and it is impossible to do the transfer. So what is good is when we can prepare, so we are not subject to this transfer window and what we call normally transfer deadline and deadline dates, which in England is a big thing, the deadline day and everything. But we manage.
I'm so fascinated by all of these parallels and also all the insights, and these are life skills that we all need. I feel like it sounds also like you need a lot of patience for negotiations that last 2 years.
100%, yes.
Incredible. Another topic I would like to talk to you about, Rafaela, is how football and chess are also pretty much, at the moment, for now, a male-dominated field. But we have a video about what is it like here at Norway Chess when it comes to Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and then we continue with our discussion here in the studio.
In 2024, Norway Chess introduced Norway Chess Women, a super tournament for women with an equal prize fund. Same stage, same format, same prize fund. This marked an important step toward gender equality in professional chess and set a clear precedent for others to follow. Here at Norway Chess, each tournament has a total prize fund of 1,690,000 Norwegian krone, with 700,000 krone awarded to the winner. Every move matters, every second counts. From world champions to rising stars, both events receive the same spotlight, the same intensity, and the same respect. Because great chess deserves equal recognition. This is Norway Chess 2026. One event, two world-class tournaments, and equal prize fund.
Rafaela, as we have seen from our short video there, Norway Chess is a pioneer that says there should be equality between men and women in chess. They bring equal prize fund, equal conditions for the top male players and the top female players in a world where chess historically is a male-dominated field. And I feel like football is also a male-dominated field, and your profession particularly so. What was it like for you to be a female agent in your field and becoming a super agent? The first female super agent is what I heard that a lot of people refer to you as, to have this incredible knowledge, the skills, the abilities that you possess and you bring to the table, but to prove yourself in a negotiation room, because it was traditionally not common to see a female agent, in your case, in football.
I say this not as a way to victimize myself, but to inspire and motivate others. It was not easy. It's not easy. I faced a lot of prejudice, a lot of sexism, harsh words, people that wouldn't listen to me because I'm a woman, people that would undermine my position because I'm a woman. Of course, this happens much less. It doesn't happen at all today because you know, at the end of the day, you get to a certain point where people will not say it in front of you, but they still say it behind your back, for sure. So it is, yes, a profession that's normally filled with men. There's many young women or even older women that want to change profession, that want to enter this field. And they are very, very welcome as long as I'm concerned. I mentor every woman, every girl that wants to come to this side of the table with me. I'm always available for them. But the reality is that I think that today, many people, at least in football, know that women can do the job as much as they can, but they will still use it as a weapon to undermine you and get leverage against you in a negotiation or behind your back. So what I think is that most of the sexism that I face or that the industry faces today is theatrical for women to feel they don't belong there. There will always be the complete idiots that still think women can do less than they can, and that will strangely enough believe women can be astronauts, scientists, and above all, mothers to their own kids, but cannot understand football, which, by the way, is not that complicated as you can imagine. But there's a very few men really believe women cannot do it. And I think many men use it as a weapon to make us feel weak. And my answer to that is, it enters this year, it comes out on the other, because we couldn't care less. Actually, we should use it against them to make fun of them. That's what I do. I throw a lot of irony as reply, because it is too late for that. I think we broke the barrier, and now the challenge is the barrier has been broken. Are we going to stay there? Because strangely enough, what I'm seeing lately is a counter movement of all that we achieved as women. Now there's so much, especially online, happening that is to intimidate us and to push us back to positions that were our position decades ago. And we need to stand strong. We cannot accept 1 inch back. We should not go back, because this is not good for us.
Powerful words, Rafaela. Simon, I think you also have been just resonating with everything mentioned, and I can see in your eyes that you're getting emotional.
Yeah, I'm a really emotional person, obviously, and
you're an artist.
Yeah, but yeah, like we talked to Judith Polgard. She's a legend in chess, and she has beaten one of the best in the world in chess, and yeah, it was hard for her also to keep her way into this venue. But we need people like you, like Judith. Like, there are many women that show the example of, like, we deserve a place here, and we deserve like the same rights. And look at what we've done. Like, we're doing the job. Like, women deserve to be seen through the same lens.
And I also think that doesn't mean we deserve more than men do. I just think women deserve equal opportunity. And then whoever gets the job done gets the job, right? And that's how we should be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very true, very true. Powerful words, and a very powerful message by Rafaela to everyone out there, girls, women, and everyone in general, because you are right. It should be about abilities and skills and not what your gender is or where you come from. And in this tournament, that is the impressive thing, that when we bring up this beautiful 6-game view of what's happening today here in Norway, it is for equal prize fund. It is with equal conditions to all the top players in the world. And we have the very top row for Norway Chess, the bottom row for Norway Chess Women. Same venue, same prize fund, same conditions. It should be how everything in the world should be. We are getting there slowly but surely, hopefully. This is a pioneer event that is showing the right example in chess, and I think overall in other sports as well as in the world, as it happens to be the case. I would love to have your thoughts, Aryan, on the overall view of how the games have progressed, and where would you like to take us next in terms of the updates? I see only one pair of moves happened in the game of Magnus against Praggnanandhaa. The queen moved away, and now Magnus pushes a pawn.
That was what we expected. We can briefly go into that game, so I can talk about what's happening. Yeah, so Pragg's queen was attacked. He had many squares to go to, actually, and spent a lot of time before he decided to centralize the queen. Went to yeah, he went to this square, and Magnus, after some time, moved his pawn 1 square up. And I think I explained this the last time we looked at this position, that this is pretty good move, because white wants to get the king to safety and get the rook involved. You want to invite all their pieces to the party, and that's why Magnus played this move. The position is still pretty balanced. It's around equal, objectively speaking, but it's very hard for these players to assess what's going on. I mean, black is a pawn up, but white is getting the rooks active. Black's king is more unsafe. Is Pragg going to castle, or is he going to keep the king in the center? Where is he going to place his queen? These are all the questions that they need to dive into, and it's very difficult to know the answer to all these questions. So.
And Pragg decided to not be greedy and take the pawn, the free pawn that it was offered to him.
Yeah, I believe that was Pragg's preparation, but after that, Pragg was on his own. And actually, just now he made this move, developing the bishop. A pretty natural move, stopping white from giving this check. And now I think Magnus is just going to continue with his plan, pushing his king one square up. And it would be really nice for him to get the rook involved, pointing against the black queen. So this is the move. This is the move I'm expecting, and probably Pragg is going to castle, get the king to safety. The rook can come here, attack the queen, and I mean the black king is still not very safe. I mean white's queen can go on the offensive and put pressure. So I'm not sure if I would pick white or black in this position, but I think it's a bit more fun to play with white because white has the initiative.
Yeah.
But every move has a high price. When you're a pawn down, you need to play very, very accurately, because otherwise, if Magnus ends up in an endgame, it would just be a very bad situation for him as he's a pawn down. He needs to keep the queens on the board, needs to keep up with the pressure.
And he moved his king out of the back rank. It's now sitting behind the pawns and ready to bring his rook into the game now that the path is open for the rook on the right side of the board.
Yeah, let's see if Pragg decides to castle now. He has to castle short. I mean, he cannot really...
It's such a weird castle, you know? Not having one single pawn in front of you. You're just, let me castle, but my king is still exposed.
Yeah, also pretty unusual to castle on the 17th move, Simon. Usually you castle much before, but Pragg has gone pawn hunting in this game and showing ambition against world number one. In Pragg won the first clash these two players had, so they faced each other 2 times in this event, and Pragg won the first matchup, and he's not backing off in this one. He wants to beat the world number one 2-0.
We'd love to see that at the age of 20, you know, he is just here like, I don't care that you're the world number one. I don't care that you're supposedly perhaps the greatest chess player that ever lived. I want to beat you 2-0. This is something about a 20-year-old and his ambitions.
Yeah, but I think it also says something about every real athlete. You don't care who's in front of you. You just want to win, right?
True.
Yeah,
very
true.
That would
you don't see ahead. Yeah, okay, that's my game. Let me win.
You have to believe in yourself.
Yeah.
That would be a huge statement if Pragg can win 2 games in a row against Magnus.
But I think what you said earlier was very interesting, Rafael, that you don't like to do research on the people you meet. And I think in this case, it would be very good in general for people to go to the board when they play against Magnus and not know that it's the GOAT, you know? Because Magnus a lot of times gets away with the fact that people have too much respect. They believe that he's always doing the right things. So you lose some confidence. But if you go to the board and you're just going to not care who you're playing against, you might play better. And I've played against Magnus many times myself. And I remember the first time I played against him was in 2020, 6 years ago. And I was pretty nervous the first time playing against the world champion. And I got a very, very good position, but I didn't believe it, you know, like I didn't know that I can be better against the world champion. I think if I would play against another grandmaster, I would think that I was just winning, but because it was Magnus, I thought he must have been doing the right things, and I didn't have the confidence, and I lost that game.
I couldn't agree more, and it's like with football clubs. No, some clubs, they have such a heavy shirt. We normally say this of Real Madrid, for example, on some national teams, that they say, okay, it's like there's one extra player on the pitch, the player being the shirt, because you just feel that, oh, I'm going to play against this shirt. But I think also when you're really confident, but also more mature, you learn that this is not what makes the difference. I can understand when you're very young and it's first time you're facing a legend, and it's so hard. But at one point, you just close your eyes and say that's about the game and not the guy that is in front of me. But I agree with you. You assume he's doing everything right, and also as a young agent, it could happen as well, because sometimes you go and face a big club in front of you. You go, okay, but they said that's not how you do it. Probably they are right. I think the funny part is to challenge it all and not believe that they are doing it right. Maybe I'll do it better, even if they are a legend. And that's the arrogance of youth, and that's also nice, right? That's also helpful, yeah.
The arrogance of youth, I like the way you put it, and we certainly see that from Pragg, that he knows his opponent is the world number one, but he just doesn't care. He couldn't care less, it seems.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll bring up a topic that is much of a actuality today. That is the underdog of the World Cup, right? That is Norway. We don't care. We don't care if there's Brazil, if there's France. Why should we care? Because we are there because we also deserve to be there. And let's go for it, and let's fight at the same level and see what happens. Yeah?
We all love a good underdog story, I think, in any sport.
Everybody loves the underdog nowadays, and we should, because that makes it special, that makes it different.
Yeah.
Aryan, do you think that Norway will be doing really well at the World Cup? We want to root
I really
for
hope so.
Norway.
I mean, it was a good match for Norway yesterday. We beat Sweden 3-1, so they seem to be in good shape. They're warming up with some matches before it kicks off. Is it on the 14th?
The competition kicks off the 11th. Norway's game is the 16th, if I don't. I may be wrong. Yes.
I think they're playing Iraq.
Yeah, and I may be wrong on the date, but I think it's the 16th.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're certainly super motivated. I mean, it's the first World Cup Norway plays in
Will be amazing.
like 25 years,
Will
I think.
be so amazing.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's about time.
It's certainly about time. I will be rooting for Norway. I'm not even Norwegian, but now I'm like, go Norway. Go Norway.
You should. Yeah.
Aryan, if we go back to the bird's eye view just for one more moment, I wanted to take a look at how our tournament leader is doing, because the underdog story here is that on the right side, top right corner, we have the three-time American champion, former world number 2, Wesley, so with the white pieces, and he's the leader of the tournament. But his opponent, he's a rising star from Germany, and he played an extremely good tournament. He won a very strong tournament before coming to Norway. So he's coming up in the world rankings. He's already number 5 in the world, and today, can he do it? Can he beat the tournament leader with the black pieces? Because he would really need a win in classical chess to bounce ahead of Wesley. Wesley so far has been in the lead with quite a big lead, but it takes sometimes risk. It takes sometimes going for something more drastic. Would you say that Vincent would play in that style, or will he stick to his usual more solid classical approach, Aryan, when it comes to the German player?
I would say that the position we have right now in front of us is very calm. It's stable. Material is equal here if we're doing the counting. So White has a queen, 2 rooks, and 2 minor pieces, and 6 pawns, and Black has exactly the same. So Wesley chose a very solid approach for this game. I mean, he's leading the tournament, and he doesn't want to take too many risks. Right now, both sides don't really have any weaknesses, and from looking at these 3 games in the open section, Anna, I really think that this is going to be the first one that goes to Armageddon. Because for now, time is also around the same. Mm-hmm. No weaknesses in the position. I think the knights are eventually going to get traded, and I think there's not too many fireworks.
So expecting perhaps our first Armageddon of Norway chess in this matchup, which again, here in Norway, this is the only tournament where we are almost rooting for a draw because we want to see more chess. We want to see a faster time control after, we want to see Armageddon. And this should be perhaps our first Armageddon of the day if Wesley So and Vincent Keymer will make a draw in classical. Still not close to a handshake, still there's plenty of moves to be played, but it could potentially be one of those clashes where it will be decided in a faster time control. We will go and take a short break, but when we are back, there's so much more action to cover here in day 8 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Can the leaders, Wesley and Bibisara, continue with the pace they have been marching? Can Magnus Carlsen bounce further ahead in the leaderboard? Can Divya maybe stop Bibisara? There's so many questions to be answered, so much action over the chessboard. We will take a short break and then see you in a couple of minutes.
I'm happy to be joined by Jiner, the women's world #4. Welcome to Oslo, Jiner.
Thank you.
First, I would like to ask you, for someone who is completely new to chess, what are you the best known for in the chess world?
I think people know me for fighting chess.
Very nice. And there's always special story, and I want to ask you, how did the chess come to your life, and how did you fall in love with the game?
I started playing chess at 4 years old. At first, it's just a fun game, but little by little, I take more serious about it. I love the creativity of chess.
It is your first time, it's your debut at the Norway Chess Women. I want to ask you, when was the first time that you started following the event, and how does it feel to be finally here?
I follow Norway Chess for many years because I think it's one of the most high-level events in the world. So yeah, I follow it for many years, and my impression is the tournament is always very professional and exciting.
And last year you played at Norway Chess Open tournament, and now you're invited to play in the Norway Chess Women with the best, female chess players in the world. How special is it for you?
Yeah, it's very special for me, and I'm very grateful and excited.
Last year, you went from world number 10 to world number 2 after Huifan, who's not playing actively, in less than a year. It's just absolutely incredible jump in the chess. Which aspects of the game improved the most during this time?
I think I became more stable psychologically, and at the elite level, small improvement can make a big difference.
Very nice. And what do you think is the most satisfying and frustrating thing in chess?
Besides the winning and the loss, and there are the third result.
Okay. And how does a good training day look like to you?
Maybe include the opening working and middle game or end game training, and then some blitz game.
Very nice. And what do you do outside of the chess which helps your chess improvement?
I think maybe good sleep, exercise, or spend some time away from chess also help.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time and for the answers.
Thank you too.
Do you want to play your very first chess game, but you don't know where to start? Let's begin with setting up the board. There are 64 squares on the board. Make sure that the corner of your right hand is always white. Now, let's set up queen and the king on the board. Queen always goes the same color as it is. So in case of white queen, it goes to white square. Next, we're gonna set up the king. It's time for the bishops, and then knights. And finally, we're gonna set up the rooks in the edge of the board to protect everything. So we have pawns to cover all our pieces, and this is how we set up the board. Now we're all set. White starts the game. But before that, make sure that you hand check your opponent as a sign of respect. You make your first move and press the clock. You can also play chess online using your phone or laptop.
To play online, create a free account on platforms like Chess.com or Lichess. Click play, choose a time control, and start the game. Pieces are already set. All you need is to make a move on time. Here are the 3 advices for you. You control the center, then develop your pieces, and make sure that you have king safety. Everyone starts as beginner. Play your first game today.
What if I told you Oslo lives and breathes chess? Magnus Carlsen helped inspire a whole new generation of chess players and made chess more popular across Norway. And in Oslo, you can really feel it, because chess is literally everywhere, from cafes and bars to shops and libraries. Places like the Good Night bring together players of all levels, from complete beginners to grandmasters. Historic clubs like Oslo Sjakkselskap and community spaces like Sjakkhuset help keep chess culture alive across the city. And Norway Chess is not only for elite players. Events like the Norway Chess Open also give amateurs a chance to be part of the festival. What is your favorite place to play chess in Oslo?
Welcome back to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 8 and the action is heating up on all 6 boards here in Oslo. We have here on the left side the defending champion in Norway Chess Women, Anna Muzychuk from Ukraine, facing the queen of chess in India, Humpy Koneru, legendary player who hasn't had the best tournament yet, and Anna is trying to capitalize on this situation with the white side of this middle game that's quite complex. I think, Aryan, we need to break down here some of the main factors of what matters in this position, in your opinion.
Yeah, so currently black has their pieces very, very active. I mean, if we look at this knight on this square, pointing towards white's king, and on the last move, Humpy brought her queen to support the knight as well. So I quite like black's position here. I think black is active and has good chances to take the initiative. White is currently a bit passive here, and these bishops are pointing towards white's king. So if I would be in Anna's shoes, I would be a bit scared here. I think she needs to play some precise moves to get out of it. This came from an Italian opening, which is an opening that has been historically played so much on the top level. Very, very old opening with so much history. Right now, Anna has different moves, but the best way to go forward, actually, to capture this active knight. Giving up the bishop for the knight is generally not a good idea, but white has an interesting follow-up here. After black captures, white can move the knight to the left side of the board, opening up for the rook. And the point now is that you're hitting the black bishop. You're hitting both black's bishop, in fact, and if Humpy captures it, Anna can capture the other bishop and be threatening this one. So this would be a good outcome for Anna, but it's not so easy to spot that, as you generally don't want to trade a bishop for a knight, but if she sees this follow-up, I think she's going to go for it, because currently her position looks scary, but this really frees up the white position, and she would be doing pretty all right if she does.
It's fascinating how she first needs to assess that in this case it's okay to trade the bishop for the knight, to then place your knight on a square that's protected. You know, it normally would be a bad move to place the knight in front of the black pawn. It can be captured. But the point being that at the end of the line, right now we look at that rook in the middle of the board. The bishop is in its way, the knight is in its way. But with your 2 moves, Aryan, you are clearing the path for the rook so that it can capture at the end of the day that bishop in black's position. It's really cool to see how you are just clearing the way for that piece, and then it can enter black's camp.
Yeah, and I mean, if she goes for this decision, she has to see the follow-up as well, because otherwise, I mean, if you see this one and you don't have a follow-up, you would never go for it, because it just looks very good for black. But this is kind of the clincher as it gets to one of the black's bishops. Do you think?
She's just captured the knight, so I think, as you said, if you do this move only if you see the follow-up, because otherwise it's not really ideal to trade your bishop for the knight in this position. So she must see that follow-up, the knight sacrifice. Simon, would you have seen it, the knight sacrifice?
I don't think so. That looks pretty advanced, maybe above 2000.
Yeah, this is pretty advanced. I would be pretty surprised if
maybe some viewer at home, you're beginning at chess and you saw it, then congratulations, you're amongst the best.
You need to basically be very, very sharp and always aware of this. I think this is also something Humpy has probably missed, because to many players, I mean, that capture doesn't even come to mind, because
our board has just gone dancing.
Yes, it just looks like it's helping black. So, but you need to find the follow-up. But at the grandmaster level, you have so many kind of like tactical patterns remembered, and you've done this for so many years, so it's easier to find than on the amateur level.
Now she's gonna probably jump the knight soon, I would suggest, because why she's thinking like she's like, oh, finally, I'm not sure.
Just making sure that there are no tricks there for black.
Yeah, because after, for example, you take the bishop with the knight, like what happened? Can the rook, or maybe not the bishop with the knight, or with the rook?
Which one?
For example, maybe she can move the bishop, Humpy, out of the way.
Yeah, the problem is that both of them are hanging. So if you move one of them, white is going to take the other one.
Oh, of course, of course.
So it's a tricky situation.
What would you do?
Well, with black here, I would take this knight, and after black captures the other bishop, I would move my queen to this square, hitting the white rook, because this rook is quite annoying on this 7th rank. So I really want to move this rook away, and actually if white is not careful now, let's say if white captures this pawn, looks like a free pawn, you're also defending the rook. Black has a checkmate in 1 move.
Okay.
Can you find it?
No. I can't.
This queen can go...
Yeah.
This queen can give checkmate right now, can deliver checkmate on the board. The black queen. You see where it can go? I have to get it close to the white king.
Move it. Can you move it?
Sorry?
So, can you do it? Can you simulate?
You want me to show it?
Yeah. Can you? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you capture this pawn,
Yeah.
and it's supported by the knight.
Yeah.
So this is checkmate.
Oh my God.
I mean, the king has no squares to
Yes.
go, right? I mean,
Yeah,
all
yeah,
the
yeah.
squares are
Yeah, yeah.
occupied by the black queen.
And you
So-
all saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we've.
It's only because we spent our entire life
Yeah.
playing chess, so don't feel bad about it, Rafaela. I think
yeah.
it's okay. You know, this is the only thing we know.
It's good you didn't waste your life like us.
No, you didn't waste anything. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's on the board. Very sharp play by Anna. I mean, you need to be informed to see these things. So that's why, you know, grandmasters, we do a lot of puzzles every day to stay sharp.
Okay.
Like before a tournament, I do puzzles 1 hour.
Do you?
Yes, 1
Yeah.
hour every day to.
What kind of puzzles? Like the
Like
traditional ones?
no, for instance, like what happened here.
Yeah.
With this knight move, like
Yeah.
capturing and then moving with the knight. These are kind of pattern recognition that is very important to see these things quickly, because there's so many variations you have to calculate when you're playing a game. To be as sharp as possible, it's you need to you need to do a lot of positions just to stay on the top of your game.
So again, it's like football, because it's like when you're training.
Yeah.
And you will train so many movements that when someone come to you, it's automatic in your head. Don't even have to think.
Yeah, exactly. It's I guess the football players are shooting like a lot of penalties when they're like training,
They're
right?
shooting lots of penalties, but they're also making lots of simulations of so many things that can happen on the pitch, that sometimes when this will come on the pitch, it's a repetition of what they've been doing so many times in so many strategic positions, that it just goes because you did it 1,000 times. If the balls come from here, there's this and this guy is in front of you, and this is happening behind you. Where did the ball go? It's exactly what you
it's
do.
exactly the
what you
same
do.
with chess.
Yeah.
Because if you don't solve these positions, like you're kind of you're not gonna be as sharp. You will think slower. You might miss some opportunities that your opponent has, but. It's just very important to keep the mind sharp, so solve as many positions as possible. And now we have this position on the board. I do think that Humpy is gonna move her queen to this square. It looks very natural.
Okay. Well, let's see if she does.
Yeah, she's taking a bit of time here to assess the situation, and that gives us a moment to go somewhere else where someone is interrupting us, but this is the kind of interruption we like, when a player goes to the confessional booth. And this time it's
that
the
is
world
nice.
champion,
We like it,
Gukesh.
yes.
So, Gukesh, over to you. Let's hear from your thoughts.
Interesting game so far, and in the opening, yeah, I came up with this new bishop f5, but he reacted. I think he reacted in the best way possible, and I just forgot my prep, and I'm pretty sure I mixed up something, but I feel like his knight d2 kind of let me off the hook. I was really worried about bishop c7, but now after I got my rook to b8 and after king g7, I'm threatening a5, and I don't see a clear way for white to consolidate. So Also, good thing is I'm up on the clock, so I'm feeling pretty optimistic.
And while the world champion was in the confessional, the tournament leader Wesley finished his game with these final moves against German #1 Vincent Keymer in a draw, meaning that the two will fight it out in a faster time control. Armageddon is coming up. Exactly,
Yeah.
Rafaela, you already know this is going to be your first ever Armageddon to witness.
Really nice.
We're all excited that the players will have about 10 minutes of break to get ready. Not much time, and they need to shift their mindset, shift everything that they approach this long game with, the classical game, where they have 2 hours when they start. Now it's going to go down to 10 minutes for Wesley, 7 minutes for Vincent Keymer, but in case of a draw, it will count as a win for Vincent. While on the other board in Norway Chess, we have the French #1, Alireza Firouzja, playing against Gukesh, who just shared his thoughts in the confessional. Aryan, when you were listening to Gukesh, what were some of the variations, some of the lines that caught your attention about his game that he expressed?
He mentioned that he was quite worried a few moves ago, but he's feeling more confident about the situation now. He was specifically mentioning this moment where Alireza moved his knight to this square. He was worried if he would move the bishop here instead, and black would have to move the rook to attack the white bishop, and he could move it here, maybe try to go here to this square to activate. But Alireza instead gives Gukesh this opportunity to eliminate the bishop, and after this trade, it's not as dangerous for black as it was. The white doesn't have the bishop pair anymore, and black is still a pawn down in the current position. But he has his rook active here. He mentioned that he wants to push this pawn, and if this knight is removed, then black can activate with the rook. So black has quite some potential for activating the pieces here. You see, white made this defensive move, moving the bishop back 1 square, which is not exactly what you want to do. You want to play more active, but white is trying to consolidate his extra pawn, but the last couple of moves has really been in favor of Gukesh. He has nice piece activity right now, and you guys can see on the clock that Gukesh has 20 minutes extra, and they're currently only on move 19. So it could get scary for Alireza if he keeps spending a lot of time. He probably wants to go here to trade bishops, but I would not be too worried for black here. I mean, he's very active and has obvious compensation for the pawn.
It's fascinating how the tables can turn so quickly when we were thinking, oh, Alireza, great chance today to bounce back from those 2 losses from the previous 2 rounds. And the position was so promising, but he may not have estimated correctly the trade there that you were talking about, Aryan, how important it was for him to keep that dark squared bishop. He allows the trade, and now the position is already giving a bit more compensation for the pawn for Gukesh. Gukesh feeling better and more comfortable. Simon, I think you were also analyzing his body language, his expressions, not just the words that he was saying.
Yeah, but in a way, I was looking more at the board this time.
Were you? No way.
That's crazy,
what happened
right?
to you, Simon?
I don't know. Now I'm focusing on the board, trying to find some patterns, trying to find some tactics. And I was looking at something at the board. I was like, why is he not taking? Why Alireza didn't take the pawn with the bishop? It looked like a free pawn.
No, it's a very good question, Simon.
But there's a trick.
But it's a very good question that you're asking. Yeah, he could indeed capture this pawn because the bishop is defended by the white rook. So in this case, white would be 2 pawns up, but black would have a very clever follow-up as he would shift his rook all the way to the right side of the board, hitting the white bishop. And the white bishop cannot move in this case because if you move it, the rook is hanging. So we can say that the bishop is pinned because of the white rook, and the white would lose material here. If you push the pawn to support the bishop, Gukesh would just take that, and if you take back, he would just take the rook. So it wasn't working tactically. This was a trap that Gukesh had set for his opponent, And this would be a winning position for black. So that was not possible. Instead, Alireza tries to consolidate here with moving the bishop 1 square back, trying to trade it.
Always look what your opponent can do. Is just 2 moves in advance, and you can see this rook slide is killing white. So fortunately, these are pros, so they don't fall for these kind of stuff. But that can happen.
Yeah, it's very, very important to always be aware of your opponent's resources.
And someone who is also trying to be aware of his opponent's resources is the world number 1 Magnus Carlsen, who actually is going really low on time. He has only made 20 moves, and he has spent an hour and 40 minutes on those initial 20 moves, leaving him with just 20 minutes left on the clock for the rest of the game. Still looks like it's a lot of time, but in chess, with no increment, a lot of moves to be played, this is actually approaching what we call time trouble, where the pressure on the clock is so much that it's each time harder and harder to find the best decisions. So Magnus Carlsen getting himself in a situation he faced in earlier rounds, where the clock was against him. Maybe in this case, Aryan, would you say that the position is not as complex or risky as some of the earlier games, or is it similarly tricky with the clock situation here?
Yeah, no, I would not say that it's similarly tricky. This is more of a stable position, Anna. More pieces are traded, and I would say his king is relatively safe, Magnus. Actually, on the last move, he moved his queen 1 square back. I just want to show why he did that. The black queen was lined up against white's king, and there was a serious threat in the position of eliminating this pawn, which would be a disaster for white if that would happen, because the rook could also come down here and white's king would be in a lot of trouble. By the way, you cannot capture that rook because the king is in check, and that's why Magnus moves out of this diagonal. Safety first. And yeah, so stopping black from taking this pawn, as if you would do it now, you can capture back. And right now, Magnus is still a pawn down, but he has pretty good control, I would say, of the dark squares in the position. Like, he could place his rook here. There's no entry squares for black currently. So Magnus, when he went to the confessional at some point, he said that he don't think it can be worse in this position, and his feeling was completely right. He's not worse here because black doesn't have a way of entering the white's position, but at the same time, black is very, very solid here, and it might be hard to win because white is about to take this pawn, and if he does, material is equal, but still a long way to win. He has 19 minutes against 50. And we are currently on move 21, so they have to make 19 minutes more before they get this 10-second extra. But I'm not too worried about Magnus's clock right now, but he should try to not spend too much time on the next few moves. For instance, now if it makes sense for Pragg to move his bishop here, offering the rook trade, also defending his pawn that was attacked. And now Magnus would be forced to trade rooks. Pragg can capture back. And in this one, white gives a check with the queen and picks up this pawn. So I think this would be a good outcome for Magnus. In general, I think white has a bit more potential here to take the advantage. But currently, Pragg has played pretty well. So it's about balance.
I'm really curious how this game will evolve as the time control is approaching. Here in Norway, you need to complete the first 40, that's 40 moves to get increment. Rafael, I don't know if you would be familiar with that term in chess. Ever since we have digital clocks, we use time controls where every time you press the clock, you get increment, so to say. So in this case, if Magnus reaches move 40, after move 40, every time he presses the clock, 10 seconds will be added to his time.
Okay.
And the reason for this is that we don't want the games in general to end in what we call flagging. Flagging, it used to be literally a flag on an analog clock that would fall and then you lose the game. So ideally in chess, we want the game to be decided with the moves and not because of someone using all that time and therefore losing on time. But here in Norway, again, another way to innovate was that they decided, no, if there's increment all the time, they have all the time in the world to think. It's more entertaining that they don't have time, you know? So it's been taken away for the first 40 moves, no increment. Magnus has 19 minutes and 49 seconds to make another 20 moves that need to be like very good moves, otherwise he's losing on the board. And even after he does that, he gets only 10 seconds every time he presses the clock. So imagine having to make critical, big decisions in 10 seconds every time, just 10 seconds.
But does this sound enough to you guys, the amount of time that he has?
No, if you get low on time, you can really make a lot of mistakes.
It's going to be really stressful for him, much more entertaining for the audience. So it's one of those factors that creates, again, very competitive, very entertaining and exciting chess. It's a lot harder for the players, but they know that this makes it more of a spectator sport, that the ending phase, the last hour or two of the game is going to be critical with much shorter time, quick-paced decisions.
But for you that are professional players, of course you get used to playing in a certain way. And when you have a specific tournament with another set of rules, is it not confusing in terms of your mindset for the game? Because then you jump into the game with a trained mind for a certain way of doing things, and then it's completely different. Is it helpful for you guys?
That's a great question. And Aryan, I think you have experience in this because you played in Norway Chess before, and it's very different to other tournaments.
Yeah, it can be confusing because different tournaments have different formats.
Yeah.
So, no, you just need to adjust all the time.
But when you, let's say, when you train practicing for these tournaments, you have to practice for them all.
Yeah, but you usually don't practice too much in different time controls. It's more kind of like the training you do is much more based on finding like best moves, solving positions, just being sharp as possible, playing training games.
And then you adapt.
Yes, because let's say this is a classical game. They have 2 hours each. So when I, for instance, play training games, it's not like I'm finding someone to play a game of 2 hours. It's usually you play faster because it's more efficient. You get to play more games than only playing one classical game. But yeah, it's a bit tricky because the format can change and you need to adapt.
But would you like avoid the tournaments because the rules are different, or basically at the end is all the same? I mean, the rules of time.
I mean, there are some people that might avoid some tournaments. Like, let's say some people are more focused on classical chess than blitz chess. If they're not very good in blitz, they might avoid the tournaments. But in general, you kind of just have to get used to different formats.
So everybody will get used to total chess because it will be the ideal format.
Yes. And chess has changed a lot since the last 10 years. There's much more like faster time controls. You have a lot of online events, so people had to adapt.
Okay.
And currently on the board, Magnus's clock is ticking. Pragg has played very quickly and confidently. This game, 30 minutes more on the clock, and his last move, moving his bishop 1 square, going to the last rank there, offering the rook trade. Pretty good move, because after Magnus trades, he's going to take with the bishop and protect this pawn as well. I think this is what's going to happen in the position, and here White can, for instance, move the queen 1 square up. Kind of nice to stop the black rook from entering in this file, and White can maybe try to invade with the queen, hinting towards this pawn. It's just very important for Magnus to not let black get too active, because if the black rook gets in the game, this extra pawn could be a very, very valuable. But in this position, White is still keeping black a bit in check. Like, it's not very hard to activate. He has to try to stop the black pieces from activating. But I think what's going to happen in a situation like this is that Pragg might offer the trade of bishops, and it might kind of like fizzle out Magnus maybe trades, takes this pawn, and here material would be equal, and the game would be heading towards a draw. And that is very typical how it happens when the dust kind of settles after a preparation. Both players play precise. It can fizzle out to a drawish position, because at the end of the day, if both sides play a good game, chess is an objective game. It ends in a draw. But we'll see here. Magnus is really trying to put pressure on Pragg, hoping that he would make a slight inaccuracy. But so far, Pragg has played an excellent game.
So Magnus took with the rook, and Pragg responded really quickly. He was out of his seat, but he saw the move. He ran and was like, nope, let me play, and putting pressure on Magnus' time. Now 15 minutes against 47.
And Magnus keep playing fast moves. He, of course, is really short on time here. He places the queen in a way what we call a queen-bishop battery. The queen and the bishop together on the same diagonal, targeting the black pawn. Right now, that black pawn is guarded by both the king and the queen, but it means that the black queen has to stay there, protecting that pawn and not being able to activate, not being able to go somewhere more beneficial for the queen. So this is a really good strategy, I think, how Magnus is trying to tie down the black pieces to the defense. And while this game is unfolding, the teammate of Pragg from the Olympic team of India, Divya Deshmukh in Norway Chess Women, is trying to take down the tournament leader, Bibisara Assaubayeva. And I think the chances of Divya have been increasing with these last set of moves. If we check in on the current position, Aryan, before our Armageddon game begins, it's looking like there's a lot of active pieces for Divya.
Yeah, a lot of active pieces for Divya. Material is currently equal. They have 5 points each. Queen, 2 rooks, and a minor piece. But the reason the reason white is better here is that this knight is superior to the bishop. If you have your knight stable in the center like this, it's a pretty good sign. Like, this knight is controlling a lot of squares, and it can be supported by this pawn as well. Eventually, white can try to push his passed pawn forward, and it's a position that is much easier for Divya to play. But I would definitely not write off Bibisara here. She does have more time on the clock, and it can maybe get tricky if black gets to push this pawn forward and launch some counterplay, but currently looking pretty good for Divya.
Aryan.
Yeah.
Can you show why Divya went for a pawn push instead of forking the queen and the rook?
Wait, so where is the fork?
With the knight.
Here, right?
Oh no, it's not a fork. Sorry.
Yeah,
my eyes,
it
my
kind of
eyes
looks like a fork. Looks like a fork first, but yeah, if the rook would be here, it would be a fork. But here, it's still not a fork. But you always have to look for knight jumps. That's very important. Indeed.
We have these chess terms, Rafaela, that sometimes sound funny, like a fork you use for eating, but we use it for a scenario like what Aryan was showing. If you could place the rook back, Aryan, to the GA square, so that we can have this knight jump, the knight would be attacking both the queen and the rook. So we call this a fork because it's pinching those two pieces at the same time. It's a double attack, essentially.
Yeah, a double attack, and this would be very, very good for white. Bibisara moves the bishop that was attacked. I'm expecting maybe Divya to activate the rook right now, move to this square, attack the black queen, and push that back. Probably go here. And then I would be looking at pushing my pawns forward. This pawn can get very dangerous. So we have this term called passed pawns in chess, and a passed pawn is so this is a passed pawn that is like pushing forward, and if it gets to the last rank, you probably maybe remember this from when you were playing as a kid, that you get to the last rank, it becomes a queen, and right now there's no sort of like other black pawns in the way to stop it. So a pretty good outcome for white, and black has to keep an eye on this pass pawn all the time.
Another interesting feature of Norway Chess is this Norway Chess evaluation bar that we were talking about the previous days. But to break it down to you, Rafaela, what we see under the board there, that bar, it's the computer assessing the position. And it's if the moves are perfectly played as the computer would play it from whites and blacks' perspective. But the Norway Chess evaluation bar takes into account the human factors, because it's two human brains against each other. It takes into account who the players are, what their strengths are, their time, how much time they have. So we think that this evaluation system is a lot more close to what the outcome might be, because it is not two computers facing each other, it's two humans.
Does it normally match?
Not really, because if now we look at the top left corner, there it's saying Divya has 32% chance of winning, 44% chance of a draw, and 24% chance it gives to Bibisara to win. While the computer, it's slightly favoring. If it's in the middle, it would be about equal, but it's showing more for black's side. So for the computer, it's almost like black's position is good. It's okay to play, but the Norway chess bar is assessing actually Divya's chances better. It's very interesting. It's the opposite.
Very interesting, yeah.
Aryan, to your human eyes and grandmaster eyes, how do you see the assessment of the Norway chess evaluation bar and the chances of Divya here?
Yeah, I think the percentage for draw is too much, no? It's
Too much.
44% draw. I think Divya should have more chances. But the more she thinks, the less chance it is, because
it might be what's being taken into account here, the time. Yes.
Looking very, very focused right now, Divya.
Yeah, and while Divya is thinking, by the way, our first Armageddon of the day is about to start. This is in the match of the tournament leader, Wesley, who drew his game against Germany's #1 player, Vincent Keymer, in classical chess. So we're going to head over straight to these first moves of the Armageddon. Quick reminder to our viewers, Wesley starts with 10 minutes. Vincent only has 7, 3 minutes less than Wesley. But in case of a draw, it will count as a win for Vincent. So there's going to be a winner in this match, no matter what. Simon, your thoughts on what we might see, and who do you predict to take this Armageddon?
I've seen from Vincent, I don't know if you agree, Anna and Aryan, but he's a really good defender and he's good to make draws. He's really great to understand the position, really positional player, and I feel like any player, he can draw them.
That's a good point. At the same time, what Rafaela pointed out earlier about the format being different, Vincent is not used to this format. He hasn't played in Norway chess before.
Oh, it's his first time.
It's his first time, and he was saying in the interviews that he's struggling with the Armageddon because he doesn't play Armageddon in other tournaments. So it's tricky, right?
It's true to take that in consideration, that it's a faster time control, and he's really good in classical. He's still really good player in rapid time control, but maybe not as much as in classical.
And especially with this strange way of one having more time, but the other can play for a draw. It's not just the faster time control, but the format being completely different. And Rafaela, you were highlighting this so well, even without knowing that this is the case of Vincent, that he's not used to it.
Yeah, exactly. And he needs to manage also this in his head, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think he has lost all his Armageddon.
He won one.
He won one? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry for the statistics. So he won. He won one and lost all the other Armageddons, but still losing a lot of half points because of not doing well in this new format. While Wesley played in Norway chess before several times, so more experience on Wesley's side. Aryan, when it comes to the current position and the opening, what do you see?
Wesley played the same opening, but a bit different this time. He pushed his pawn 1 square earlier and went for a knight development. So he deviated like on move 3, like he went for different than the classical game. And currently we have a position where Wesley has 4 minutes more on the clock. So he's been making his moves really quickly there. And I quite like White's position. I think White maybe doesn't even have to trade bishops. Maybe move that bishop 1 square back. It doesn't seem like the analysis board is catching up right now.
It's just the players are so fast
there
that our board.
Maybe, yeah, he might. Actually, this is the move he played. But I expected him to make this move. Maybe go very, very aggressive here. Castle long and go for a pawn push.
That's exactly what he's doing, castling, listening to you, but hopefully not actually listening to you. Same idea, though. The king is going to the left side of the board. When players castle on opposite sides of the board, Rafaela, it usually creates a very dynamic, very aggressive strategy, because both players will try to launch an attack against the opponent's king, and it's on white is going to be playing from the right side, black is going to be playing on the left side, and who gets there first usually wins.
Yeah, so this was a pretty nice move by Wesley. It's so important in chess to focus on your opponent's plans as well. You cannot only think about what you want to do, because then you might miss resources. And here, Vincent Keymer was trying to activate his knight to this square, and that would be so annoying for white. So this is a nice move, kind of slowing down, stopping counterplay before going all in with his plan. And I mean, Wesley is doing the right things here. He's in a must-win situation, and playing fast and confident and going forward is a good combination. Right now, stepping out of this diagonal from Black's rook,
because it's gonna open pretty soon, I feel like.
Yes, and eventually his goal is to push these pawns. Vincent is getting really low on the clock.
It started with 3 minutes of time advantage for Wesley, but the time advantage is becoming bigger and bigger each time for what you have mentioned, Vincent being very slow.
Yeah, expecting this pawn push right now. This is what Wesley has been setting up. He has a safe king right now, and this bishop is, he does go for that.
Time's flying.
This one is on the way. It's a tough position to be in for Vincent, because when you have low time, you want a simplified position to play, maybe an endgame, something easy where you can play fast. But here,
it's not happening.
It's not happening. The queens are on the board, and white is trying to launch an attack.
Yeah, it seems like Vincent want to trade every pieces, offering a bishop trade, offering a knight trade.
I like that last move by Vincent there. He's trying to trade some pieces. I think Wesley's going to take, maybe put his bishop here. Try to go forward.
Do you think the more Vincent trade, the better it is for him, or?
I think it's very practical for Vincent to trade some pieces, because then his position becomes easier to play. Otherwise, he might end up being very, very passive. So this knight move is very practical, and it's not that easy for Wesley, because if he captures it, black can take with the queen and become active here. So I don't think he's going to take twice, but maybe take once and put a bishop here to protect this pawn. You don't really want to lose that central pawn with white.
That move is looking promising, and then try to push his pawn.
Yes.
Once, the trade happens.
Yeah, and exactly. If black tries to stop it from pushing, you could bring the rook in, and now suddenly this pawn is about to fall.
Now Wesley.
To be a better position for white.
Wesley is thinking a bit, making Vincent breathe a little bit, because he needs it. He needs Wesley to take a minute.
Yeah, and the more you think, the more confident your opponent generally becomes in this format.
Yeah.
He takes it.
Oh, a different maneuver.
So Wesley is not holding on to his central pawn. He's saying, I don't need to guard that pawn. I'm attacking black's pawn instead.
He has some tactics in the position, Wesley. So if you take with a knight, he's planning to move his bishop to this square, pinning the black knight. I think this is what he has been planning, and it's not that easy to save that knight. It's attacked, and if you move, you take the queen. So let's see. It's a very, very critical position, because from what I'm seeing, black only has one move not to be much worse, and that's knight here.
What? Can you explain it, Aryan?
Yeah, it's very tough to find that. I mean, probably even
If it's your knight where it can be captured. Wait, how to play chess on top level? Sacrifice all your pieces.
Yeah. No, it's very, very important to open up for this rook. If you capture it, you can take this one and then come with the queen.
Wow.
Check.
Wow.
King has to move here. The rook comes. Bishop has to block. You take it, and it ends up in perpetual.
So you sacrifice all your pieces to then just give check, and make a draw.
But I mean, this is not very likely. Let's just
Moves
focus
are
on
coming
the
in
position.
real quick. Trade of rooks, and now the pawn push by Wesley in the center of the board, attacking the black knight.
Yeah, this was not the right way to go for Vincent, and now actually Wesley is much, much better, pushing his pawn forward. Vincent only has 2 minutes. clock is ticking. Where do you go with the knight? If you try to activate the queen, actually the queen ends up being trapped, Anna, after white sidesteps the rook. The queen doesn't have a square.
Nowhere to go, no squares. You win the queen. That is absolutely crazy. 2 minutes left for Wesley, actually less than 2 minutes right now. He doesn't have many squares for that knight.
Yeah, the problem is like you want to centralize the knight on this square to go here, but the knight is very far from stable because white will place the rook on this diagonal, sorry, on this file, and after black defends it, you can push this pawn forward. Ooh. Attacking this one, and here black is in a lot of trouble. So that's why Vincent is down to 1 minute now, and he doesn't find a move for his knights.
That is just so low time, and there is no increment. This is all the time that Vincent has left, 1 minute and 12 seconds.
Well, I'm so anxious.
He might just lose it on time or not find the right move, but he is really stuck here. Simon!
I mean, yeah, Vincent, now he didn't move. He got 1 minute. How he's going to manage?
Oh my God.
That's a lot of pressure on him.
The queen is guarding the pawn, supporting that passed pawn. Wesley's playing really good chess here. I think the evaluation bar will be going up and down. It's not catching up in time.
This is a very nice battery about to come up for white. If you place the bishop here, the pieces are so perfectly placed, lined up, and you're also threatening checkmate here.
And that's exactly what Wesley does, threatening the checkmate. Vincent is pushing the pawn to not allow the mate, exactly defending through that diagonal. But only 44 seconds left for Vincent against 6 minutes for Wesley.
A really bad situation for Vincent. And if Wesley wins it, he's going to be at 14 points. That's a lot.
He is the tournament leader already, and he might increase his lead with an Armageddon win. You are right, Simon, that it matters a lot, even those half points. Wesley's considering what to do about the pawn that is hanging there in the middle of the board, the white pawn.
Actually, this move by Wesley, it looked so natural to centralize the bishop, but it was a big mistake.
Really?
He had to push this pawn because the bishop could go this way to defend it.
Oh.
Chess is so hard. Now Vincent suddenly wins back the pawn. It's not that clear, but I still think it's very tough for Vincent to play. He's 37 seconds left.
So Vincent is up a pawn now. He has material advantage, but only 37 seconds on the clock.
Expecting this check now.
But we know how it's get, huh? When we get to 40 move, we get 1 second. It's just 1 second increments. It's just enough to press and play the move. This is so fast.
That is really, really cool.
He's hoping to make it to move 40 to get that 1 second increment. And even then, as you said, Simon, it's nothing. It's just to reach the clock physically, press it. Check, the queen blocks, trades, and now Wesley captures the pawn, so it's equal material. Rook trade offered by Vincent because he has draw odds and only 34 seconds left on the clock.
You want to trade as much as possible.
This game shifted so fast. It looked so good for Wesley. He was about to basically give a mate on the black king, but now Vincent has been defending very tenaciously, and this move is pretty precise. About to bring his king, Vincent. If he brings the king, he can also move the knight to attack this pawn.
And you cannot take...
Currently, Vincent is doing okay. He just needs to play very quickly. He is currently on move 31, so he needs to make 9 moves before he gets this 1 second extra. I think Wesley is trying to flag Vincent.
I think we could go on full screen because it's only 25 seconds left for Vincent Keymer. Everything is happening so fast.
I think it's too difficult for Vincent to defend with the time. It's very hard to play on seconds. And they look up there because they want to see which move number they are on.
Just that move cost him 2 seconds.
He cannot allow to even think 2 seconds. Cannot. He's attacking the pawn of Wesley, trying to grab it. And Wesley is calculating what will happen in that king and pawn endgame if they trade.
Oh, Wesley was confused there.
It's a very interesting move there. The bishop cannot be captured because Wesley will push his passed pawn and make a new queen.
17 seconds left for Vincent and 3 minutes still for Wesley. So at least Wesley has been doing really well in terms of time management, but the advantage is gone on the board, so he has to really press on the clock.
Putting the...
Vincent takes the pawn. It could be a king and pawn endgame if the bishop trades for the knight.
It's a very, very critical moment. He does
And it's
take
happening.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna hunt these pawns.
13 seconds left for Vincent. 12 now. 11 seconds.
This is actually just
10.
a draw. He didn't calculate this pawn race accurately. I mean, Vincent is about to make a queen too. They're going to make a queen at the same time.
It's just who is faster. But yeah,
I think Wesley thought he was faster. But I mean, both sides are going to make a queen. Wesley is going to have a pawn up in the end, but it's not enough to win the game.
No.
Crazy.
They're promoting their pawns at the same time. New queens on the board. 13 seconds left for Vincent. He's getting the 1 second increment now, so he can breathe a little bit. Wesley's pushing the pawn. The king is moving, so it's a check now. The white king steps out of it, and more checks are coming.
I mean, it's still very, very tricky to defend for Vincent here.
7 seconds for him.
One pawn extra. It really reminds of that game between Pragg and Gukesh, I think.
True, it was a similar queen endgame, and Wesley still has so much more time, so he can actually try to get a better situation here for the queen with the checks.
It was Gukesh against Vincent, actually. The same endgame. Very, very similar endgame that
and Vincent
we saw
lost
earlier.
In that endgame,
No, it was a draw.
He? Oh, in Classical?
Yeah, Vincent had the pawn and he was trying to win, but Gukesh defended it to a draw.
Wow,
Wesley
he might do it again.
Wesley can really win on time here.
8 seconds left for Vincent. He's living off of that 1 second increment.
He's been quicker than the second.
He has been really. He's gaining time now.
Yeah, the position is still a draw, but it's very, very tough to
5
defend.
seconds. He moved with 3 seconds on the clock.
I think he's going to push his king up, Wesley.
He might do that. Wesley might try to march the king
Actually,
up
he
the
can
board or
just
push the pawn. He's doing that too. 2 seconds. He made a move with 1 second. Vincent Keymer almost lost on time. The pawn is being pushed and he's about to lose again. 1 second each time.
Check to Wesley. Wesley have to move or maybe block with the queen, yeah?
2, 1. He's losing. He lost on time. Vincent Keymer runs out of time. He's tried so hard in this time scramble situation where he was really down to his final 3, 2, 1 seconds many times, and he couldn't. He couldn't keep up the pace. 1 second is barely anything, and the players are analyzing now what has just happened.
And Vincent is smiling, so it's a good thing. Even though he lost, he's a good sport.
He's definitely a good sport, but it doesn't improve his statistics. Vincent has lost all of his Armageddons. I'm being told that it's unfortunately continuing in that manner, that he cannot make this new format work for him in Armageddon.
Norway Chess Armageddon is so cool.
It's very cool,
Really
isn't
nice,
it?
yeah.
And we do have an interview in Norway Chess Women, actually. Sorry, before the interview, I'm confusing where we are going, but this was the final moment in the game between the two Chinese grandmasters, Zhu Jiner with the white pieces against the women's world champion, Wenjun. It is a rook against the bishop, so material advantage already for Zhu Jiner. And she actually...
Oh,
now,
it's mates.
Wow. She brings her other rook so that it would be a checkmate next move with the rook. And as I was saying, we also have an interview. Everything is happening all at once. So over to you, the winner of this important classical game, Zhu Jiner.
Jiner, first question. How happy are you to win the game from 1 to 10?
Maybe 4, because I think mostly I won this game by lucky. Yeah.
And have you won already against Wenjun before, or is it your first victory in classical?
I think I won in some Chinese national competition before.
Now we have 2 more rounds left. Are you motivated to win the last rounds to try to get to the top of the leaderboard?
I will try my best to play because in before games I play not so well. I make blunder in three games in a row. So yeah.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Jiner. A very important win for the Chinese rising star. Gets 3 points in that classical win against Wenjun. Anna, Muzychuk and Humpy Koneru drew their classical game and will fight it out in Armageddon in just a few minutes. Rafaela, more action coming up next. And in the meantime, Magnus Carlsen is still trying his best to get a potential 3-point bonus if he manages to win in classical against Praggnanandhaa. Reminder that earlier in the tournament, Praggnanandhaa beat the world #1 in classical, and now it's colors reversed. Magnus with the white pieces, but much less time. Aryan, let's assess the current position and how are the chances of Magnus Carlsen here with the white pieces?
Yeah, so quite a few things has been happening. I think this was the last point we checked was this rooks got traded. Magnus activated his queen, and here Pragg played a very aggressive move, moved his bishop all the way to the edge of the board in the hope of giving a check to the white king. So Magnus moved his king up again 1 square, stopping this bishop from entering, but allowing Pragg to capture this pawn. This was a tactical motive that I showed earlier, with the queen pinning the white king. But that did allow Magnus to give a check and capture this pawn. So one pawn got traded, Pragg won Magnus's pawn, and Magnus gave a check and took back one of the pawns. So currently, if we're doing the counting, Magnus has 4 pawns, Pragg has 5 pawns. But these pawn of black are very weak, so it's not a dangerous situation for Magnus, but it's going to be very, very difficult to win. For instance, now if Pragg moves his king, maybe Magnus wants to trade the rooks as well. It is very hard to make another moves that are efficient. And here, if the rooks get traded off, we might see an equal endgame. Maybe Pragg will trade the queens as well. But for now, it doesn't seem to me that black is in danger. If he moves the king, black's king position is pretty safe. And he also has 31 minutes, Pragg, against 5 minutes for Magnus.
14 moves.
Yeah, not really what Magnus was hoping for. But we have to give kudos to Pragg. He's been playing really well this game. Pretty accurate chess.
And 14 move before getting that 10-second increment. So Magnus is really in time trouble right now. Let's see. Pragg is waiting. Pragg is waiting a little bit.
Yeah, Pragg is what?
Pragg is waiting a little bit.
Yeah, he's waiting. I mean, he has more time on the clock, so he's just making sure he doesn't miss something. He can also move the rook up 1 square to defend against the checks. And let me show one variation here. If Magnus captures this pawn in the center, it would actually be a big mistake, as Pragg has a tactical motive to win the white queen, Simon. Do you see what black can do?
Oh, that's nasty, right? The bishop.
Where do you go with the bishop?
I give a check.
You give a check. Very smart. Hitting the white king and the queen.
Is it still a fork?
Yeah, I guess we can call it a fork here.
A fork of the bishops?
Certainly a double attack. I think double attack in general is always safe to say. 2 pieces are attacked, you can only save 1. It's a check, so the king has to move, you win the queen.
Yeah,
double
or if you take it, you...
Double attack.
The queen is pretty valuable here, and this would be a winning position for Pragg, as he's a queen up. So that pawn in the center of the board there, that's a poisonous pawn. You cannot take. If you take it, you die. So
that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Don't take the central pawn.
I also wanted to mention, by the way, since we are addressing whether Magnus has winning chances or not, the Norway Chess evaluation bar, for once, is not giving a huge boost to Magnus for being Magnus. Usually it says if Magnus is playing with one side or the other, that's the human factor. Magnus wins. But this position, according to the Norway Chess evaluation bar, very little chance. That the tiny bar there on the left side is Magnus's winning chances. It's giving 57% chance for a draw and 38% chance to Pragg for winning the game. Just evaluating Pragg's winning chances a lot higher than Magnus's.
Yeah, 100%.
What do you think of that, Rafaela? And how it's in comparison to the computer, but it's exactly in the middle. It's just saying nothing to see here. This is equal.
This is so interesting because actually, as we were saying, you have the goat in front of you, right? And it is so impressive. And it's, of course, when you're playing against him like Pragg is, he's totally focused on what he's doing. This is clear. But for us that are looking from the outside, it's like, wow, are you not intimidated? Wow, are you keeping up with this? Oh my God. Are you not shaking right now? Yeah, it's impressive.
Yeah.
I would be shaking before the game even begins. I think it would be so intimidating. I've never
Yeah.
played against Magnus, so to me, I would be so experiencing that. Simon, I think you would also be starstruck a bit because you are meeting the other Magnus. You have your Magnus inside you, and this is the other Magnus.
Yeah, I would definitely try to be a bit Magnus with the real Magnus.
You just said something so interesting. If you would be playing against him, you know, I can understand in football, for example, women and men do not play together because there's a big difference in physical force.
Yeah.
When this is a sport, and for me this is a sport, for some people may say it differently, there is no physical force involved. So why would women not play against men and so on? Why would it not be mixed?
Great question. And a lot of tournaments are open tournaments to anyone. So
Yeah.
girls, women, men, boys, they all play in the same field. But at the very top of the
very
chess
top,
world,
it's not.
Yeah. It actually, Norway chess is open to anyone, but it just happens to be that it's the top of the chess world by rating who are invited. So if it was a female player that's in the top 3, top 4, top 5, they would be invited here. She would be among the players. And Judith Polgar, the queen of chess, we call her. And there's a Netflix documentary now called Queen of Chess about the career of Judith Polgar, because she was the only one in the top 10 among men, so to say, that she would be competing
So
here
you
in
say
Norway
she
chess.
would be competing here.
She would be playing
That's
against
really
Magnus.
interesting. That's
Yes.
really interesting.
Yeah, that's the case. It's just that there needs to be more opportunities for girls and women so that they can get to the heights of Magnus. They can get to these tournaments.
100%. And I think we have a special guest.
We do. Congratulations.
Congratulations
You're the special
so
guest.
much. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, okay, Armageddon. Yeah.
It still counts. It's still half
Yeah.
a point. Can
Of
you tell
course.
us about the games, the classical
Very
and the
important.
Armageddon against Vincent?
Well, they asked me about it. I was really mentally drained after my game against Gukesh. I think yesterday was such a hard game. I think one of my hardest games of the year. And I was really tired, so I couldn't really prepare that much. And it was very late, so I just went to bed. And
Sometimes it's the best preparation to sleep, isn't it?
Yeah. All the players say so. I mean, Gukesh says he sleeps. What did he say? He sleeps like 11 hours or something.
11?
I think that's what he said. Yeah, before the tournament.
And I thought Magnus is 9.5 hours is a lot. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, Magnus takes a nap though. Yeah, I think sleep's really important because once you're out of preparation, I mean, you can get lucky or unlucky and get your preparation board, but once you're out of preparation, also during the Armageddon, you really need a lot of nervous tension or tough game. I mean, if you make one blunder, then that's it. But
Yeah, one blunder here is very costly, in classical even more so. And you are still just cruising through this tournament, Wesley. 14 points already. The gap is getting bigger and bigger each time, depending on the game of Alireza. He might try to be a bit closer in the standings, but right now it's looking really promising when it comes to your tournament here in Norway. And it's not the first time you play here. Can you share your views on the tournament and what do you like about Norway chess?
Yeah, I think it's my 6th time playing in Norway chess. Well, we live in Minnesota, which is kind of similar to Norway. So, I mean, Norway is my favorite country to play in because it's very clean. It's very nice to play in. And people are super friendly and really nice. And I tend to do a bit better on colder weather places. And that's why I do well in places like Wijkanse or Netherlands. I think I prefer slightly cooler countries. And I think the competition here is world class. The venue is world class. Also, the playing conditions are world class. So I really would like to thank Shell Madland and also Benedicte for hosting such a wonderful event. I think this is their 13th year, and Yeah, and on top of that, I like playing in events where Magnus is playing because I like competing against him. But I mean, okay, I can't use the word compete, but I like playing against him.
And you beat Magnus the other day, so it's also looking good for you when it comes to the results against Magnus.
Yeah, it's not doesn't happens once a decade that he loses 3 classical games in one tournament. So really gotta take advantage. But yeah, when I got the invitation to come here, I think I accepted it within 5 minutes. So
no brainer. Norway Chess always.
yeah. I mean, Norway Chess, when they invite you, you never say no because you get to play against 5 of the really best players in the world. Because this is, I think last year was the strongest tournament ever held, or one off. This year also is very strong, but Gukesh and PRAGG lost a bit of rating. But other than that, you have all the best players. And yeah, I like playing against this new generation. You got Vincent Keymer today, who is incredibly strong. Yeah, in fact, I'm very pleased to win the Armageddon at least, because if I lose the Armageddon, then my strategy totally failed. Yeah? So I'm very pleased, and yeah, and then I'm also excited for the Total Chess, yeah, which is
right,
a new thing.
Gonna be new, gonna be interesting. Yeah.
Do you know where it's going to be, or no?
No, we do, but
okay,
we'll keep it all for a big package unwrapping. Yes.
Yeah, I really look forward to that Total Chess because I think the chess world is changing a lot, and time control is getting faster, and it might become the next big thing.
And you think it's going to be a challenge, or it's going to be just a step forward to what you already do?
It's very, very new.
Very new, right?
New. Yeah, it's like when they had the Armageddon in Norway a few years ago. It's really people never heard of it. It's going to be, I think for some players it's going to be very difficult because many players, they tend to specialize in one time control. So with Total Chess, you have to be good in, I mean, for like the older generations, very hard for them to play Blitz, Armageddon. But
are you preparing for it already mentally?
Yeah,
right.
I am.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to be part of it. Yeah, so thank you so much for all your support.
Well, but thank you so much for preparing. We look forward to it.
Yeah, I'm generally very excited for the Total Chess. Yeah, I'm always open to new formats, and
that's amazing. It's gonna be cool.
Yeah. And I hope it will be a success.
And it should be in a cold place so you feel comfortable.
I don't mind playing in a warm place, but generally I prefer.
I'm from Brazil. I will not take you there. Don't worry.
I think one year we played in Romania in in Croatia in 2019, and then it was so hot there's no air conditioning, so players were just wearing T-shirts. Also, I played in Istanbul one time. It was very hot during the summer.
I can imagine. Yeah.
But stuff. I mean, I can play decently, but I prefer slightly cold. I think every chess player, I think colder weather makes it easier to play a bit chess. Yeah? I don't know what Aryan thinks, but I think
Yeah, no, I think I prefer colder places too. But actually, I had many good results when I played in Florianopolis, which is very warm. I went there in January. There was an open tournament, and
high summer.
Yeah.
So I think.
But that was the only one. Besides that, I was usually playing better in.
It's probably because you are
places.
so happy to be there.
I mean, in Norway, same weather as Minnesota, so used to the cold weather, so I would feel more comfortable.
Also, Minnesota's like same population in Norway, so it's kind of like a mini Norway or something.
Yeah, Norway is super small, so even one state in the US is bigger than Norway almost.
Yeah, but I also love the Norwegian people. I never met a mean Norwegian yet all this year, so.
We're very happy to hear that.
That's why, like Aryan, I always seeing Aryan in tournaments always gives me a smile because he's such a nice fellow. Yeah.
That's so true.
It really warms to hear that. Same to you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think we first played in 2016, the Olympiad, and you were really a nice boy.
You let me escape with the draw there.
You were so happy, I remember. Yeah, like I offered the door. And
no, that was a true gentleman.
No, you played really well that year.
Wesley, before we let you go, could we have your opinion on the other nice Norwegian gentleman's game? Magnus Carlsen is trying to win, but according to the Norway Chess Evaluation Board, PRAGG has actually better winning chances. And we would love to have your thoughts on what this game might look like. How do you assess it?
Well, it's almost impossible. I mean, it's very hard to play for a win. You're pawn down, yeah.
Yes.
But
Do you think Magnus is risking here? Is it danger for him to lose because he has 4 minutes against 19?
Yeah, I mean, if I had to take a position, I'll pick black because of the extra pawn. But it probably should be a draw because both kings are very weak. There's always checks.
Some perpetual?
Yeah, there's always checks. I mean, but I think black is the one who, unless I'm crazy, who's pressing him because he's a pawn up. But yeah, I had no clue what was happening in this game. Also, the opening was super interesting.
Yeah, it was a very deep opening preparation by PRAGG. I think he played the first 15 moves very, very quickly.
Yeah. F6, yeah. I think PRAGG and Gukesh, they do really well in extreme calculations. They see tactics so easily, so quickly. So I mean, if I don't see the bar, I kind of like black. Yeah, but probably it should be a draw, obviously.
But white is the one that has to make the draw. Black's king is safe. Black is a pawn up.
Black has more time. Everything is on PRAGG's side when it comes to those factors. So Magnus really needs to fight for the draw.
Okay, but maybe it's not too hard to draw because it's hard also for black to make progress. Yeah, like maybe black can start h5, h4. Or
yeah, maybe put the queen here and just wait. Yeah, because if black tries to get ambitious here and take some pawns, suddenly there's a mate on the board. As black's king is also exposed. So
yeah, I guess PRAGG's only hope is Magnus will panic if he gets into down a minute. Then he starts panicking. And
do you think Magnus panics?
Panics?
Does he panic? What do you think?
Everyone panics. Yeah. I mean, when you have very little time.
Yeah.
Or yeah, for sure. Yeah, especially this tournament, Magnus is not in his usual self. Yeah, but I think even best form Magnus still panics. Yeah, because everyone.
How does it feel when you have like 1 minute? It speeds up in your head. It goes crazy.
Yeah. You always glance at the clock.
Yeah.
Because it could appear 0 very quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, 10 seconds is a good, nice increment. Also, it helps that you don't have to write moves.
Yeah, does it make a difference? Yeah.
Yeah, 10 seconds is a good.
Yeah.
1 second is nothing. It's just not even enough to make a move. That's why Vincent lost on time against me. So 1 second is too little. But I think 10 seconds is a rapid.
It's already something, right?
Yeah, also that you don't have to write the moves helps a lot. But
that's why everyone loses on time in Title Tuesday, yeah? Because you just get 1 second.
No, you don't get. They removed it.
Yeah, but I mean before. Yeah, true,
yes.
true. Before it was you get one second per move, and it's so different getting 1 second compared to 2 seconds because you cannot build up time.
Yeah. I mean, then I think several games here too. Also, I won some games because my opponent panicked. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like today in the Armageddon.
That's a way of winning, as valid as any other.
Yeah. You just when you're under a minute, you kept glancing at the clock, and you just play the most logical move and pray that you don't blunder anything. But fortunately, there are only very few pieces left on the board, so it's not easy to. Oh, actually. The bar went higher, yeah? Or
the bar sometimes takes time before it reacts, so it often shifts back. It's a bit slow. I think it's still balanced, but I mean, I would be scared in Magnus's shoes. It still has to make 10 moves before move 40.
No increment yet.
Yeah, no increment yet.
No. Okay.
Currently on move 30, so Magnus has to play accurate for 10 moves.
Yeah,
because now PRAGG is trying to get the king out. Yeah, no, the bar is just completely wrong.
Bar.
Yeah, the bar is
White
completely wrong.
winning. The bar is wrong. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
King G7. Oh, is this? No, I think King G7 is correct. Yeah, but I'm not
He's trying to free up his king. Probably gonna block with the bishop now.
Bishop. Actually, King. Yeah, King G. Yeah, you have to block bishop. But.
Probably block and then white will bring the bishop.
Yeah, it's funny, Magnus, even in his worst form of his life, he still fights for first place. But he's won the tournament 7 times already. He should give it to somebody else.
Can also be true.
Yeah, there's a point to that, Wesley.
He should share his blessings. Like, my dream in life is to win 1 World Rapid or World Blitz title. And I think Magnus won it 11 times or something. I just want to win it once.
Have you talked to him about this, that he should share his blessings?
I'll tell you. Actually, after this tournament, we're playing this World Rapid and team in Hong Kong, and I'll be teammates with Magnus for the first time. So I hope he's in the best form there. Yeah, then. But now you can take the pawn. Queen takes pawn. Oh no, queen e5.
Takes pawn. E5. Yeah, the big question here is if Magnus has perpetual or if the black king escapes, black is going to be pawns up.
Yeah, you can play king g8. Yeah, it's so hard to.
Or
better to
king
just.
g8, yeah?
It's so hard to think. Better to just let them play and then. Yeah.
But currently it's some advantage for black. Apparently this king move was wrong. He had to go back earlier. But
Which king move was wrong, Aryan?
the king placing the king on that light square on h3
Oh, for Magnus.
was apparently inaccurate according to the engine. He had to move his king back there, but it's so hard to figure that out with low time. I mean, it is a very risky situation for Magnus right now.
Because of the time. Yeah, I mean, also you need to make 7 moves in 2 minutes. That's
A huge time pressure for Magnus Carlsen, and with the black queen guarding the diagonal, there are no more checks for Magnus. He cannot continue giving any checks, and he has to keep the queen on the 7th rank to pin that bishop. Otherwise, there's a bishop check coming to the white king.
There's actually a very strong move here because I cheated. I glanced at the leeches. Says queen f2 here is very strong, and then if queen b7, king f6.
King f6?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's the
Wow.
point. Yeah.
And then you have the bishop coming.
So Pragg really needs to use his time advantage now to think.
And to figure it out, do you think he can find this? The computer's best move, giving up that pawn?
It's a hard move to find, but Pragg is very skilled. He's very good at these tactics. So maybe he will. I mean, if he uses his time. Yeah.
It's really instructive how you give up the pawn so that you can free your bishop to get the king out of the pin. That the bishop can be freed, I mean, from that pin by stepping the king further ahead. Usually we would think that if the king is coming closer to the center, it's becoming weaker and more vulnerable. But here the bishop is blocking, right? From the checks.
Yeah, also
with the counter check.
Check. Also, the white king is stuck on h3.
Yeah.
All endgame. In all endgames, the king would be misplaced. Yeah. That's why you said king g1 was better. Yeah.
Yeah, suddenly it's a mating attack against white king. Very scary.
Will Magnus Carlsen get checkmated? Is the main question here that Pragg is trying to also answer. Will he find that move? If he finds that queen move, is it curtains or can Magnus still escape?
It's not curtains, but it's very unpleasant. Like then he would be in a situation where he almost has to play only moves.
Then he really has to panic because 2 minutes, yeah, a couple with time. I mean, if he had 30 seconds increment, then it shouldn't be that big of a deal. But with no increment, it's very hard to play.
I think Pragg is seizing the moment. He's very focused right now. I think he knows that he has a very good chance.
Yeah, he's looking at for sure at queen takes a3 or something. But then if he spots queen f2, then there's a.
Yeah, I mean actually it's not a perpetual. It seems like.
Yeah, bishop f5. Yeah.
Rafael, do you think that he might find it? Do you think that he will spot this sacrifice?
Never underestimate very experienced and skilled players, because they can take a rabbit out of the hat and then just pull up a trick you never thought of.
Very true. And Pragg already beat Magnus earlier in the tournament. This is their second game. If he can get 2-0 against the world #1, that's a statement.
Also, I remember he beat him in Norway Chess a couple years ago.
2 years ago as well. He really likes Norway Chess and beating Magnus in Norway.
Actually, what's their score on Norway Chess? Yeah, it'd be interesting too. Because has Magnus beaten Pragg? That's the question.
Maybe not in Norway Chess, actually.
Classical,
I don't remember him beating him in Norway Chess.
I thought it was here 2 years ago here.
He beat Pragg?
I thought Pragg beat Magnus.
Yeah.
No, but has Magnus gotten his revenge?
Must have, but not in Norway. You know, in Norway, it's Pragg who rules, apparently.
Pragg is too good in Norway.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that clearly. That game, the Sicilian Cannes game. Yeah, that was. Pragg made headlines, winning a nice game. Yeah, it'd be funny if Pragg beats Magnus. Yeah, over again and again. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, maybe Magnus will not find it that funny, but it would be quite
for Pragg.
Yes, it would be quite the headline news in India and across the globe if the 20-year-old star can do that again.
If Pragg wins this game, then you should tell Shell to have Arjun instead next year.
Another Indian grandmaster to replace Pragg because Pragg is too dangerous for Magnus. Are you saying that, Wesley?
No, if Pragg wins this game, yeah, I mean, it's crazy if Pragg keeps beating
Yeah, no, 2-0 is very extreme. I don't think it's happened before in the Norway chess format that
I don't think
Magnus
anyone
loses
has beaten
2-0
Magnus
to
2-0.
someone.
It's something that is just, it's already really hard to beat Magnus once,
Yeah.
let alone do it
But
twice.
but
In the space
Wesley
of a
Wesley
few
has the
days.
chance again to do it.
I'm getting very anxious now.
Wesley can do
You're
it.
funny, yeah.
Oh, Wesley can still do it
He has
too.
white against
On
Magnus.
Friday.
Wesley.
yeah.
Yeah.
You play against him on my birthday, so.
That's your birthday?
On the 4th, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Ah.
So be nice to Magnus.
So you know what wish to make. Yeah, but of course Magnus is a fantastic, greatest player who ever lived. So I mean, no disrespect, yeah, but if Pragg finds Queen F2, then he has.
He's about to make his
chance,
move. It
yeah.
seems like.
Yeah, I'm really curious.
Very tense moment and very critical moment whether Praggnanandhaa finds that pawn sacrifice that could give him really good winning chances here. He's nodding. It looks like he's really in the zone, that he's calculating something important. I think it could be that queen move. I'm going to predict that he finds it.
Yeah, he's using his time. That's a good sign.
Yeah, but Pragg should not get too low on time, right? I mean, if you have a time advantage, you want to keep it.
Maybe he should move in like 1 or 2 minutes. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, actually, I remember many games Pragg doesn't have good time management either. Like he would forget that his clock is running.
Would you say, for instance, it's very important for him to not get less than 5 minutes, or?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think he should start moving when he's like 9 minutes or 8-minute mark. Yeah, because it's still a lot of moves to make. Also, he needs to move. He needs to make 8 moves compared to Magnus 7.
Yeah, Magnus is looking up to check the move number as you guys are discussing, because you have to make it to move 40 to start getting an increment. Even the increment is very low, just 10 seconds, but better than nothing.
As we just heard, it helps a lot.
It helps. It definitely would help Magnus, and he still has to play 7 more moves with just 2 minutes and 14 seconds on the clock in a critical position where his king might get into trouble. Pragg is about to make a move. No, not yet. Can he spot it? 20-year-old Indian prodigy already beat Magnus earlier in the tournament. Can he double down and take down the GOAT? It would be a huge statement, and this position is requiring finding that incredible idea. Other moves would be keeping the situation as it is, but not capitalizing on this opportunity.
Yeah, because if White gets to play Bishop F5, then his position becomes very safe. Black's king is very weak, so yeah. Okay, even if he finds Queen F2, White can play Queen E5, Queen F6, Queen C7 maybe, and it's still not super winning, I guess, but it's difficult to defend. Like maybe Queen C6. Maybe Queen C6, Queen E5.
Pragg is about to move. He's about to offer a queen trade. Okay, not exactly the queen move we expected, but still, it's a queen move.
I think it's a good move, because if Magnus gives his check, he can still block, and actually that would go into the same variation.
Yeah, it's not a bad move, because now Magnus has to spend time thinking whether he can trade queens.
Yeah, do you think he can trade?
Yeah. It looks. I think he can trade.
Because if he gets the king to F4, it might be a fortress.
Bishop G6, yeah, D4.
He's about to move the queen away, give a check.
He didn't take, yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's a too big decision to make.
Yeah, it's very hard. I think queen takes queen would be a draw because you double black's pawns, but not easy to calculate. Yeah.
Now we're expecting Pragg to block that check. Magnus goes back. I mean, still, Black is really trying to free up his bishop. If he gets to give this check, it would be very dangerous for Magnus. But currently, the bishop is pinned.
And now again, that queen move, the queen coming to the second rank would be the best move, isn't it? The same move.
I mean, Pragg is also getting low on time, so this is really about to heat up.
And what do you play now, actually, with Black? Yeah? Time to cheat? Queen D4. Queen F3 or Queen D4?
Queen D4.
So is it still queen to F2 the best move, or are there any other moves here that are promising for Black?
Queen D4. Yeah, I guess it's trying to...
He's getting nervous too.
Trying to activate the king.
He needs to find a way to activate the king is what the grandmasters here in the studio are saying, and Rafael and me are like, we are just like, oh goodness me, the time, the body language, both of them nervous,
we're
panicking.
all very stuck here.
Yeah.
Magnus is really logged in too, but I feel like it's close to that panic mode that you were expressing,
because
Wesley.
of the time, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have time to go to use the restroom or go get a bottle of water.
Yeah, I think I remember one of the years I really had to pee, and it was such a big problem because you only have 2 minutes, and as the game was like about to go on, I couldn't.
What did you do?
No, I was.
Tell us the truth.
And then I locked the bathroom.
I didn't myself, but I didn't play optimal.
I remember in 2015, I played Vladimir Kramnik, and there was only one bathroom in Dortmund. And then he would stand up and go out of the stage, and he would open the door to take a look, see if I moved. And he'd close the door, and I'd move right away.
You know, there's actually a very famous story. I'm not going to mention names, but there was a grandmaster many years ago that he had to pee in time pressure, and there was a plant around the playing hall. And he went and peed in the plant. It was a famous story, and they gave it an ultimatum. Either he apologizes in front of everyone, or he had to leave the tournament.
And what did he do?
He stand on the scene, like told what he did, and had to apologize. Actually, Magnus was the one who told me about the story.
Oh my God!
But, it's one of the funniest stories I've heard in the chess world. It's a grandmaster that, yeah.
I'll find out who that was, because I'll Google this until I don't sleep. Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't know about this story and all these bathroom breaks that the players need.
Everybody at home, Google now.
Yeah, chess world certainly a weird world to live in.
Magnus hopefully doesn't need a bathroom break, but he only has 1 minute and 12 seconds here.
Apparently this move is a mistake, but I think in practical terms it's still just very unpleasant for White to play. It says that White can hide the king now on this square. Okay, but Magnus pushes his pawn.
Instead of hiding the king, he's marching on the queen side. He's trying to trade his pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, I mean, the engine is saying that this is complete zeros now. Like zeros means equal, but I'm not sure how much that means with having 1 minute on the clock. It's still very unpleasant for White to defend here. Just one mistake.
Pragg is also pushing his pawn to try to get to the white king. And he also might want to hide his king in that square where the pawn was, maybe. Is that both ideas, whether pushing or hiding the king, stepping out of the pin?
Yeah, very useful move. Also can push forward here. I mean, Black has double pawns, so he wants to get rid of them. I think Magnus is going to sidestep his king now, because it's been very unsafe.
He's still not doing it. He doesn't sense the danger of his situation on the king side, how the king might get into trouble where it is right now.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, now, I mean, Pragg could consider getting the king to safety, but then maybe this allows a queen trade.
Yeah, you always have to calculate this bishop endgame, yeah, because
Pragg getting less than 5 minutes.
Will he step out of that pin with his king, or will he play something else?
I would just take the pawn, yeah, because if White gets a6, then
you might lose, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, that the white pawn could become dangerous if it stays on the board. And at least if you take the white pawn, if the queen were to take it, you are out of the pin with your bishop.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Humpy Koneru won her Armageddon. We didn't have a chance to go there because everything is happening so quickly here. All the action is heating up, and Magnus Carlsen might lose his second classical game against Praggnanandhaa if Pragg finds some brilliant ways of attacking here, the white king.
Actually, this is going to be really exciting because even if they reach move 40, it's just a 10-second increment.
Yeah, which is not much. I mean, as Wesley pointed out, that it's a very big difference getting 30 seconds to 10 seconds.
Very much of a difference. Can we quickly show Alireza's game, actually, because there's so much that has happened. Without going into the depth, we just need to check on the game of the French #1 Alireza Firouzja against the world champion Gukesh and what is the assessment of this position, Aryan?
White is actually completely winning right now, as Alireza has a passed pawn, and you want to have your rook behind the passed pawn. That's the most efficient way. And right now, Gukesh has to keep his king and rook to defend this passed pawn. It's just a winning rook endgame. You can never capture it because then the pawn endgames are winning.
Wow. So Alireza could bounce back after 2 losses in the tournament. He might be winning today in Classical against the reigning world champion. We gotta head back to Magnus because, again, everything is happening all at once. All of them are in time trouble. The final moments in many of the games. Pragg is capturing the pawn, I would have thought, from that motion. No, yeah, there was a trade, but in a different way on the queen side.
It's still a draw.
29 seconds left for Magnus. Rafaela.
Oh my God.
So Pragg can give these checks now, but Magnus is just going to move his king away.
Is Magnus out of danger when it comes to the position?
Very precise defense by Magnus. It's still hard. It's actually very hard for Black to make progress here. You want to free this bishop, but it's currently pinned. And if you try to activate the king, I think actually White can just trade queens going into a drawn bishop endgame.
Yeah, double pawn. Wait, what?
Pragg is also looking up to check the move number. They have made it to the time control. So from here on, Magnus Carlsen is getting 10 seconds every time he makes a move. There's a 10-second increment. 15 seconds for Magnus.
Oh,
12.
It's a good move by Magnus. I mean, his pawns are very safe. The queen is always protecting, and just making sure that Black doesn't advance his weak pawn on the side of the board. This gives Magnus some freedom.
Yeah, it should be a... All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you, Wesley. Thank you so much for helping us out with the analysis too, and congratulations again. Everything is happening so quickly. I think Bibisara is winning now, and Norway Chess Women against Indian rising star Divya Deshmukh, who was about to have a chance to take down the tournament leader, but it looks like Bibisara is now winning. Aryan, do we have a chance to show that position as well? Because everything, all the action is taking place right now, all at once.
It's been crazy. Divya had a very good position before, but it has completely shifted in time trouble. Divya, down to her seconds, has made a big mistake. And now, currently, Bibisara has a very dangerous attack against the white king. If she moves her bishop 1 square up, she's going to win this game because she's entering against white's king, mating attack for Bibisara here.
Incredible turn of events.
Huge for her tournament situation.
Exactly, the 3 points here will increase Bibisara's lead with such a huge margin. For Divya, this is going to be a heartbreak. She had winning chances earlier, or at least a better position, and now it is Bibisara who is fully in control of the game.
Captures that pawn. That's also a good move.
Yes.
Still winning there. Now Divya has to move her rook back to defense. But her king is still... I mean, just look at Black's king safety, look at White's king safety.
7 seconds when Divya made a move, she comes back with the rook.
There's different ways for Black to play here. But in time trouble, it's impossible for White to defend. Because if you have a exposed king, it's much easier to create attack.
I think Bibisara must have been the woman in the Norway Chess Women section that she's sacrificed the most pieces. I feel like she's so
sacrifices
tactical.
Pieces, sacrifices a rook, a bishop. Now again, she sacrificed a rook for just a bishop. She's so brave, so aggressive. She wants to win every game in style. And now she's attacking the queen of Divya, the bishop, the rook, and the queen of Bibisara are all very strong, very active pieces.
But it's a bit trickier now. The last few moves, she hasn't played the most accurate. I mean, she was supposed to go after the white's side pawn on h4, as that would lead to mates. She's still winning.
17 seconds for Divya. There's a 10-second increment. She has to move. She has to move 12 seconds. 7, 6, 5. Divya, make a move 4. She made a move with 3 seconds on the clock. Queen to the side of the board.
Bibisara should just centralize her queen now. It's a great move. Also threatening mate. Back rank mate is following.
Wow.
Actually, there's no defense here. There is 2 mate threats. Also Rook H3, Anna. Rook H3 is a threat.
So many threats in the
hard.
position in 3 seconds for Divya. She moves her rook, try to guard some of the squares around the king, but it's over after the rook check. Bibisara Assaubayeva, the Kazakh grandmaster who has been leading the tournament, now increases the margin at the very top of the leaderboard in Norway Chess Women. What a turnaround of events. Divya with a good chance earlier, but now it all goes to Bibisara in the time trouble. And we need to head back to Norway Chess because, again, all the other boards are on fire too. Alireza Firouzja seems to be winning against the world champion Gukesh, and Magnus Carlsen still defending against Praggnanandhaa. Praggnanandhaa with the extra pawn has been trying to beat the world #1 for the 2nd time in the same tournament.
Magnus has defended really, really well. He's still having this under control. I mean, both down to seconds now. It seems like black cannot make progress. I mean, black can give checks, but white will just sidestep. But there's only one move that Magnus can play that doesn't lose here. It's going,
Only one move?
Yeah.
With 14 seconds to find, is this the right move? Is not the right move?
That's
He's
mate.
stepping into mate. Full screen. We need to go on full screen. We need to go on full screen because Magnus Carlsen is about to get checkmated. What? 34 seconds for Praggnanandhaa to find
Allowing a mating
the
net.
checkmate. Aryan, tell us the right
I mean,
way.
allowing queen d4. I mean, queen to the dark square right now, going with the queen 1 square back, is winning for Prague.
Can he find
Allowing
it?
a
He has 22
queen trade there.
seconds. Magnus Carlsen is stepping into a mating net with his king. Praggnanandhaa with a check. The king is coming back.
Yeah, he finds the best
Another
way.
check. He found it. Praggnanandhaa sees the mating net and Magnus Carlsen is in trouble. Another queen check.
Oh my god.
Another bishop is coming in. Magnus Carlsen resigns. It's his 2nd loss against the Indian prodigy Praggnanandhaa. You can see the frustration on the face of the GOAT, the world #1, who did not play his best chess today. Praggnanandhaa prevails in a crucial game. Wow. Rafaela, your thoughts?
Wow. Oh my
Ouch.
God.
I think we're all catching our breath here. It has been a shocking ending where Praggnanandhaa has been pressing. Magnus defending precisely, but so low on time, yet finding the best moves. Pragg still trying and finding this mating net at the very end of the game where Magnus's king could not escape. It was just the queen and the bishop, but the combo of the queen and the bishop delivering checkmate to the king of the Norwegian star, the world #1, who now loses his 4th classical game in the tournament.
Yeah, and Prague is going to make history with those 2 wins.
2 wins out
wins.
of 2 in the same tournament against the best chess player on the planet.
History has been made. I mean,
He's
this
on
is
fire,
crazy.
the kid.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
20 years old and plays 2-0 in his mini match against the best chess player that he also respects hugely. But in these games, he says, I don't care that you're Magnus.
I have to win. Oh my God.
And we are left with the other game in Norway chess where the teammate of Prague, world champion Gukesh, is trying to defend a rook endgame against French #1 Alireza Firouzja. Alireza with the rook trying to grab the pawns on the 5th rank and only 10 seconds left.
Yeah, this is a winning rook endgame for Alireza. This pass pawn is just going to win the game. Down to seconds here, Gukesh, but there is no hope.
The other pawn will fall as well. It's funny how the white pawns are all on the same file. Tripled pawns, we call them. Not even doubled, it's tripled. But it doesn't matter because it's a pass pawn, and the pass pawn can become a queen. So after taking the pawn, now it's 2 extra pawns for Alireza.
He can give a check now with the rook, and this pass pawn is going to win the game.
He's moving away on the 5th rank instead of the check.
That's also good enough. Cutting off the black king. The black king is cut off, and eventually he's going to push his pass pawn. Actually, this move is very interesting, pushing the pawn 1 square up.
2 seconds, 1 second. He almost lost on time, Alireza.
It gives
Goodness
room,
me.
Gives
for the
room
king.
for the king, exactly, Simon. If black captures it, he's going to activate his king.
Alireza is playing
Eventually,
incredible
his king
chess,
is gonna
but he
come
has to keep the time on the clock and not
lose. It's my heart when he goes down on 2-1 and then he makes a move with 1 second on the clock. 9 seconds now for Gukesh. He gives a check.
It was Zook swung there. That's why Black had to let White come around with the king. Now just move the king here. Guess
13 second for Alireza, 9 second.
no, actually the most precise just push and he can place the rook behind the
5
passed pawn.
seconds, there's a move. 4, 3.
That's a good move by Alireza.
He's pushing his pass pawn 2 more squares till the promotion. How will Black stop this pawn? Will the rook come back?
Yeah, if the rook comes back, he's gonna push, put his rook behind the passed pawn and then bring the king, Alireza. I think he's found a way here. So Gukesh pauses.
This is the final game of the day. Everything has finished suddenly all at once. The Armageddons, the classical games. This is still classical chess with 4 seconds left for Alireza. He moves his king.
Yeah, now just bring the king up. This is a technical win. I mean, even if you lose that pawn, you still have two more of them. He resigns.
And that's why Gukesh resigns. Alireza bounces back after 2 losses in the tournament and takes down the world champion Gukesh in this rook endgame. That was the final game of round 8 here at Norway Chess. What a turnaround of events when it comes to these last games that we have been witnessing back to back. Simon, your thoughts first on what has just happened here and how Alireza has found a momentum to come back in the tournament.
Yeah, Alireza is in great shape. I think he's only 1 point apart from Wesley, if I'm correct.
We'll take a look at the standings in just a moment, but definitely huge for Alireza after 2 losses, 2 very painful losses, to bounce back in the tournament. And his leg has been improving. At least we see him not needing the cushion anymore to support his leg. That is something.
At this point, he doesn't remember he has a leg.
True. Very true, Rafaela. It was just such a nail-biter ending. Both of them in tight trouble. Both of them going down to their final seconds. Aryan, your thoughts on what has happened, and also Magnus's game against Pragg. 2 losses against Pragg.
Honestly, quite very sad for Magnus. A bit speechless. I've not seen Magnus have bad tournament like this maybe in 12 years. This is
12 years.
The worst, maybe the worst result in Magnus's career ever. Maybe it's very, very sad to see. Of course, I mean, me, when I started playing chess, I had him as an idol since the age of 5. So it's weird to see our hero.
Oh, but it happens. Everybody has a bad day. It doesn't mean he stops being an idol or a hero, right?
Yeah, of course. But it's sad. It's sad. I hope he recovers. But it's just been a disastrous tournament for him. But of course, kudos to Pragg for beating him 2-0. It's a huge result, and he played so well today. Pragg played an amazing game. He didn't make any mistakes. His opening went his way, but after that, he played very, very accurate chess and put Magnus on so much pressure. That's why he got so low on the clock.
And it really has been the case that whenever we think that Magnus bounced back, he had these moments earlier in the tournament. We were like, oh, he's now bouncing back. Because yesterday he won, and then 2 days before he won. So we had those moments when we felt like, okay, Magnus is now finding himself again. But then someone else stops him. It's just so hard. Chess is really a brutal game where you make one mistake and it's over. And for Magnus, he's been taking risks. He's been trying to be bold and play some random moves.
You have to appreciate that.
Exactly.
This is super nice.
The fighting spirit is there in every game. He's trying in every game. He's risking in every game. But it also cost him many points to take a risk like that, Simon, isn't it?
No, it's. I wonder what's the next step for him. Is he gonna go again with a complicated opening like we just saw, or that's I don't know. That's.
I wasn't sure there for a moment if it's Simon or Magnus that said that.
Yeah, no. No, I'm not.
I know your heart is breaking, and I know we all feel for Magnus.
But I'm happy for Pragg. I mean, that's huge. 2 wins again the best in the world. I mean, it must feel incredible for Pragg. Must feel incredible.
We're hoping to have Pragg in the studio. I think he's on his way to join us. And while he makes his way here, we also have an interview with the tournament leader in Norway Chess Women, Bibisara Assaubayeva, who has just won against Divya Deshmukh.
Congratulations for the wonderful victory. If you can tell us what has happened in the end.
Yeah, I think in the opening I made few mistakes. I don't like my h6 move, and then she played, I think, very, very well. And I have unpleasant position. Maybe she have winning position. I don't know. Her knight on d5 was very strong, but in the time trouble, I made some chances for me, and it works because she panicked probably, and I won.
Do you think that this time on the clock that she was playing on the increment would give you an advantage, whatever the position was?
Yeah, I think after the control 40 moves, I think I have a good position, maybe practically. And for her, it was very hard to play because her king is weak, and also my bishop, which was stupid for the whole game, has become very strong. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your interview, and have a very nice rest of the day.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Bibisara for that huge win today against Indian rising star Divya Deshmukh. That increases the lead of Bibisara, and also Jiner managed to get 3 points in her game against reigning women's world champion Wenjun, meaning that now the lead of the Kazakh Grandmaster is an even bigger margin between first and second. It's 5 points between Bibisara and Anna. Bibisara is about to win the tournament. If she can win one more game in classical, it's looking really good for the Kazakh Grandmaster. But I think right now all eyes are on Norway chess, because the man of the day, the hero of day 8, is most certainly 20-year-old Praggnanandhaa, who has just beaten world number 1 Magnus Carlsen for the second time in the same tournament. Pragg, congratulations.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts, feelings right after the game, and can you tell us how to beat Magnus? What's the secret?
No, I don't think there is any secret. Sometimes you're just lucky at the end, but I thought he played a really, really good game. I think the overall quality of the game was quite good compared to the other one. I was putting a lot of pressure both on the board and on time, but he managed to keep calm. I think he's like one of the only guys who can do it. But somehow it's surprising that he blundered in a weird way, because he's someone that, I think even in a bullet game, even if you wake him up in the middle of the night, he'll put his king on the dark square instead of light one. So I don't know, maybe it's just maybe it's just panic or something happened. But these things happen, when you're under pressure, also playing in time trouble for a long time. I will take any such wins, because I've missed a lot in this time scrambles.
What were your thoughts overall during the game? You did go to the confessional today, and we appreciate that you were sharing your thoughts about the opening and how, if I'm correct to say, your second did point out this potential variation, but you didn't check it. At the same time, you knew what you were doing.
Yeah. Sometimes you just remember like one small detail in this whole line, and for me that was this bishop b4 check and bishop a3, and then you can take on d4. But like once you know all these like little details, it makes the decision so much easier, because finding this bishop b4, bishop a3 over the board, it's not easy, and will also cost like easily like 15-20 minutes. So knowing all these small details will certainly help.
And I think we can show the end of the game and that checkmate. Pragg, when Magnus made that mistake, how did it feel? And did you see it immediately that it's game over?
Okay, it starts with king d3. The previous move.
Here? King d3?
Yeah. You just put the king on the dark square, and I think it's just a draw. I didn't really see any way. And then once I got bishop g6, I thought it's already lost. But then, within like few seconds, I realized he can run to d1 and I don't have anything. So I was still like bit annoyed. But then when he played king f4, I was so happy to see king f4. Like I figured out it's just a lost. It's just lost. So
did you see it immediately after king f4 that it's lost, or?
Yeah, I realized like once the king runs to, once I give this queen d to check, I always have the check with the bishop, and it's just mate. So he has to run to d1, and the c2 square is protected by the bishop. So I sort of realized this quite quickly.
You put so much pressure on him. He was already low on the clock. It's hard to make all the precise moves.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, I was impressed with how he defended early on, like
Yeah.
this A4, A5, and all these all these defensive moves were quite good.
Yeah, no, we were following. It was actually a really accurate game. Very, very high accuracy by both of you. And in the end, yeah, he found this A4, A5, and if he plays King E2, it's a draw. But after, King A4 was the final mistake, and actually the only mistake in the game.
Yeah, but okay, it kind of starts with King D3, I think, because you're already giving up some attacking chances for black. But yeah, still surprising that King E2, you can still hold this. It's maybe you already gave up mentally.
But psychologically here, you were ready that it's going to be a draw, yeah, if it doesn't go King D3.
Yeah, I was still trying to see if there is any chance, but honestly, at this point, I didn't see. Everything is protected for him, and I have weaknesses. There is always some perpetual coming in, so I didn't really believe in my chances too much.
Pragg, is Norway Chess special to you? You beat Magnus here 2 years ago. This year, you beat him twice in Norway. Do you like the tournament here and the format that is different to other super tournaments?
Yeah, the format is really exciting. I think we are seeing so much of decisive results that I mean, also I think these games do have a lot of mistakes, and that shows that no one can play accurately. And I think it's a very exciting format for the people watching. And I mean, I think for a player, when you win, it's always a good format. When you don't, it's always a bitter feeling. So yeah, I think main thing is the people watching are enjoying it.
Did you see Magnus's reaction when he noticed that the checkmate was coming? Or what was that moment like emotionally over the board? Everything happened so quickly.
Yeah, I think he was just upset. I mean, I think it's quite understandable because it's something that he probably doesn't make in.
I think we have a rewind actually of the final moments when he moved his king to f4, and he noticed. He shook his head for a moment.
Yeah, it's surprising because king. I mean, still once you put the king on light squares, now you have to go back to a light square. It's and all these things you can discuss, but it's just one moment where things went wrong for him.
For the final moves from the game that we are replaying for our audience as well, with the queen checks.
It was a very interesting opening preparation. It really put him off. He had to spend so much time. This knight h6.
Yeah, it's something that as I said, I didn't look at it for today, but I had prepared, and it's something. Yeah, it's something new early on, and yeah, you just get a game. Of course, all these lines can be risky for black, but if you know it, then it's fine.
Do you feel like this was your highest quality game in Norway Chess?
Yeah, I think yesterday was also good. And today was also good.
Yesterday's Rook A1 was really, really nice.
Yeah, that was nice. But in general, I think I've been playing well when I have time, but once I get low on time is when I'm messing it up. So I'm just trying to keep some time in reserve, not to get too low on time.
Yeah.
Wise words there, Pragg. And tomorrow is a rest day. Do you have any plans? And will you take a break from chess, or is it more for preparation? How do you spend a day off at the tournament?
Yeah, usually resting. But since the next day game is at 5, we'll probably do something, maybe some sport or something, just to relax.
What sports do you like as a relaxation?
Yeah, some paddle, pickleball, something that's.
Paddle, me too.
Yeah, that's
great
not,
choice.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, too much of energy losing, but also it's fun. So yeah, it's good.
And the day after tomorrow, you are facing your teammate, compatriot Gukesh. Any thoughts on that upcoming match? You are now on a 2-win streak, and it looks like no one can stop you in this moment.
No, I think 2 days back I was on a losing streak, and it looked like no one can stop me going 3-0. So no, okay, these tournaments. I mean, these games they're down to these last few seconds. So yeah, I'll just take that I'm playing good chess, and we'll try to continue that.
And how is it psychologically? Are you playing different when you play with Magnus? Do you want to make things a bit more complicated because you know he likes to make the opening complicated? So are you using this against him, and you wouldn't do it with someone else, or?
No, nothing special. I think, I mean, because I've played a lot with Magnus, I can sort of understand where, like what line he can go and so on. But I think it's with everyone. Like everyone, I've played a lot with all of them here. So yeah, it's nothing special. But I think trying to, I mean, today I was in a mood to fight. So I played the French, which already shows that I wanted to fight. And I think that's something always interesting with me and Magnus, that we always get some fighting games. So I think we both like to fight, and we get that.
Nice.
Thank you for joining us, Pragg. Congratulations again. 2 wins for Praggnanandhaa here in Norway against the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. Enjoy the rest day tomorrow, and good luck against Gukesh the day after tomorrow. We also have an interview with the other winner of today's round. Alireza Firouzja bounces back after 2 defeats, and he wins his classical game today against the world champion Gukesh.
Alireza, huge congratulations on the win. First question, is it your first classical win against Gukesh, and how do you feel about it?
No, it's not first classical win. I think I have a big plus score actually against him. But yeah, I mean, it was a tough game, I think.
And you're playing in such condition. Does it any time comes into your head in some way during your thoughts about the chess position?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, but okay, I'm getting used to it a bit, but still, it's not easy.
Now you're 1 point behind Wesley, who is leading the tournament, still 2 rounds to go. Do you have big your chances to win the tournament?
I think nothing will be decided until the last round, probably. So I have a game against Wesley, so it will be interesting.
Looking forward to that game. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
A very important win for Alireza Firouzja, getting 3 points against Gukesh. And we have just talked to the man of the day, Praggnanandhaa, who has beaten twice the world #1 Magnus Carlsen here in Norway, while the tournament leader is still Wesley. So after his Armageddon win over Vincent Keymer, the gap between some of those top spots, though, is not that big. Aryan, maybe take a look at the current standings.
Yeah, so Wesley So is still on first place after winning the Armageddon today against Vincent Keymer on 14 points. Alireza Firouzja, after very, very important victory, bouncing back on 13 points. Second place, Praggnanandhaa, beating Magnus, currently on 3rd place. Vincent Keymer on 4th with 10 points. Magnus 5th place on 9 points. And world champion Gukesh also been struggling on 8 points.
It's again very shaken up, the leaderboard, with the 3 points that you get in a classical win. It really can change from one day to the other. Who is leading? Who is at the bottom? Who is chasing whom? When it comes to today's games, all the action in classical and Armageddon, Simon and Aryan, what were some of the moments that stood out to you the most? Simon, starting with you.
I mean, it's clearly the game between Magnus and Pragg. I mean, to me, Pragg just made history, and it's just unbelievable to win undefeated against Magnus in this tournament. Yeah.
Aryan.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly have to point out the same game. I think it might be the first time in history that someone beats Magnus 2-0 in a match like this in classical. I don't recall it's been doing before. So
yeah, and that could be including also the World Championship matches, because he never went down 2-0 in any of the World Championship matches. So in any tournament where he faced the same player more than once, I don't think we can recall him losing twice.
Usually come back.
Huge.
Yeah,
he would come back. He would usually bounce back. He did that already earlier against Alireza Firouzja. On day 1, Magnus Carlsen lost to French #1 Alireza Firouzja. Then he bounced back with the win against Alireza in round 6. And today, I'm pretty sure that was again the ambition. Pragg beat him in round 3. Magnus wanted revenge. Magnus wanted to bounce back, but Pragg chose an ambitious opening, knew his lines, even against the random move that Magnus chooses as a sideline,
and then put so much pressure on Magnus that Magnus cracked under pressure, under time pressure. It was incredible to see the nerves of Pragg and the pressure that he manages to put on someone who is considered the greatest chess player of all time in history.
Yeah, I mean, Pragg kept asking question after question, and Magnus was low on time. So, yeah, it was. I mean, the other losses that Magnus had, he was clearly like in the game. He had many chances. It was back and forth, but this one was just I'm extremely impressed by Pragg's play. I think he played so accurate. I mean, he did everything right.
He did everything right and earned those 3 points in Classical today against Magnus Carlsen. And when we come back, the day after tomorrow, after the players' well-deserved rest day, there's going to be some major clashes in round 9. Simon.
Yes, we have not tomorrow, because tomorrow do we have a day off, right? So we have the next day Magnus against Wesley. We're gonna have Vincent against Alireza and Gukesh against Pragg, the two Indian playing each other.
And in Norway Chess Women, Aryan, the pairings are also looking very promising.
Yeah, we have Divya Deshmukh against Jiner, both on 10 points. Bibisara, the tournament leader, doing extremely well on 15.5 points against Anna Muzychuk. On 10.5 points, former world champion Humpy playing against current world champion Wenjun. Very interesting matchup there as well.
These are going to be the pairings for the day after tomorrow. The players are getting a well-deserved rest tomorrow. And we also just want to thank you, everyone who joined us for today's broadcast, whether you're watching on TV or on YouTube. It has been such a fascinating day of chess to follow. And to me, what stood out, other than the games, is that we had an incredible special guest. So huge shout out to Rafaela Pimenta, top football agent, first female super agent in the football industry. And to me, as a woman in a male-dominated world, it's very inspiring. I think we need more Rafaelas, we need more Judith Polgars, we need more role models so that girls and women can also understand that we have the same chance, if not better chance, Simon, to make it in this world. So Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women showing a great example with the equal prize fund and equal conditions, that this is the way forward for the equality in the sport. Shout out again to our special guest for today, Rafaela, and shout out to all of you amazing viewers who tuned in to today's round. We'll see you not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, same time, same place. Thank you again for joining us. Have a great night, great day, and see you soon again.